What's up, Katone? That was quick as hell. Just got the YouTube up. I'm wondering if I can. Not really. Cool. I keep forgetting to stream on YouTube at the same time, so I just got that set up. I don't know why that's like the biggest thing I'm forgetting. Stop my Minecraft to be first. Hey, what's up? We sell custom. God, I just. What? Yeah, trust me, you do not want me sponsoring your brand. That is the last thing that you're gonna want. Pop out this chat. Cool. Mod me, sir. No. What? Let's first establish what an example of a god is, so we know what we're looking for. There's no evidence for any god. There's no evidence for anything supernatural. We live in a natural world. Man, I'm just so scared of your magical unicorn coming at me. So scary. No one's ever seen this unicorn ever in the history of mankind. But I'm scared of it. Da 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 la 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 la. Oh man. Do not disrespect, little one. Oh, man, it is early. Got my first cup of coffee going. Ready for this. I'm not, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm not even slightly ready, but let's freaking do it. Welcome back in, Dan. Oh man. Bible. So the Quran is proof for Allah. If the Bible is proof of your God, then you should be a Muslim as well, because the Quran is proof of their God. And with using that logic, the Book of Mormon is also proof of their fucking rules. I don't know why it's really hard for Christians to use critical thinking. It's like almost impossible. It's like literally almost impossible for Christians to use critical thinking. It's wild. If you want the steps to have God speak to you, watch my video. Fuck your video. There's no evidence of anything. Are you stupid? Did you really just try to say there's no evidence for anything? Are you actually that dumb? What's the scientific reason for human conscious? It's in the brain. Congrats. I know you have, Unique. I know you have. All right. Let us go ahead and start my suffering. Let's do this thing. Native, congratulations. How's it going, too?
Morning.
Hey, are you over the age of 18 and a
Hey,
believer?
yes.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
Technically the Holy Trinity, although I
Christian?
do lean Buddhist also. Correct.
Interesting. All right, what you got for me today?
Uh, I want to follow up on what I was saying about there's no way to prove anything because
Yeah, there
all
is.
we have to prove that. Well, no, hang on. Let me get this out before you
Well,
start
you already
calling me
said something
stupid
wrong,
again.
so I'm going to call out what you said that's wrong. We do have evidence for things. That's dumb. Don't ever say it
From
again.
this, no, we have evidence from this reality.
Right. Prove there's
That's
another
all we
reality,
have.
dumbass.
You can't, dumbass.
Exactly. So we have evidence for things,
Have
dumbass.
a terrible day.
You too, dumbass. You got a little tilted. Is there scientific evidence that nothing happens after death? Magic Mommy, are you... You look more like a witch than a theist. I wasn't tilted too. You just got butt hurt way too easy. Bro kicked me out because I said I was agnostic. No, if I kicked you, it was because you were a dumbass. Cool, Tony. Swipe on to the next one. I couldn't give a fuck less about your feelings. Move on. Or actually, no, stay. Keep crying in my comments. The engagement helps. From this reality, where else would we get evidence? Exactly. All he wants is a theist debate. Pretty much. Tony, stay in my chat and keep whining. It helps the engagement. I can't imagine living life with no hope. I have hope. What the fuck? Being an atheist means you don't have hope? That's crazy. I can prove a pencil exists. Why can't Cletus prove God exists? Exactly. I'm not religious. So why are you attacking me, Magic Mommy? Like, if you're not religious, why the fuck are you attacking? I don't get it. You should probably put a rule saying that theists only. I thought I had one. Let me go on ahead and put one up. That's my bad. I'll go on ahead and throw up another text real quick. Um, let's do... That's a good looking one. Cool. Add source. Where? Oh, there it is. There we are. Cool. That is done. Wonderful. I still believe in God. Okay. There's no evidence for your God. Having faith in God is okay. Saying your God literally exists requires a burden of proof. So, if you want to say you believe in God, sure, but prove it. Native, science doesn't prove or disprove God. Try again and don't lie. Host, do you want to take on this challenge? Provide a pencil exists. I was challenged by K. I don't have a pencil next to me. But if I did have a pencil next to me, I could prove it by fucking showing the pencil. Films, I'll let you in if I want to let you in. Stop spamming. There's no evidence that nothing happens when you die either. Yes, there is. Consciousness is attached to the brain. When the brain stops working, consciousness dies out. There's no evidence that you go anywhere after death. You have to have evidence for something to say that it's true. We have no evidence for life after death, so there's no reason to believe in it. I've seen the devil and a lot of other things. God is definitely real. Congratulations, you have religious psychosis. There's no evidence there isn't life after death. Yes, there is. The evidence is that our consciousness is tied to our brain, and when brain activity stops, consciousness stops. There's no evidence that you have any sort of a consciousness after death. So, yes, there is. You are the one with the claim anything happens after death. That requires you to provide evidence for your claim. Pray for me, Alan, and then pray for the kids in Gaza that are starving. Do you believe living beings have a soul? There's no evidence for a soul. That's why you always feel there's something right out of reach that you can't touch. I don't feel that way. Would you say you have a finite mind, host? Yeah, we all do, dumbass. If air, why no proof it's there? If air, we do have proof of air. Films, stop spamming the chat. Literally, if you weren't spamming chat, I would let you in here, but because you're acting like a 13-year-old, I'm not letting you in. Good cold morning. Thanks for coming to work. Yeah, it is cold, dude. Fucking 20 degrees here. Yeah, 25 degrees. Good grief. If you can't see it, why believe it, right? Nope. That's not how it works, dumbass. Ask questions. Let's see what this kid has to say. Yeah, Films is going crazy. We'll see what he has to say. He's probably going to say something like, nah, bro, trust me. His argument's going to be, trust me, bro. The Bible said so, therefore it's true. That'll be his entire argument. If he even joins. Looks like he left. Provide evidence there's a creation. $70 viewers, guys. Hit that like button. Gotta get these likes up to 5K in the next 10, 15 minutes. Alright. Films isn't joining. I'm guessing he left. We'll get this guy in here. Nope, they left too. Yeah, my guy, the universe just randomly was here. Nope, that's not what science says. Go study before talking like a dumbass. You look really stupid when you argue from ignorance. Go study before trying to open your mouth. Without God, it ain't happening. Prove it. Explain the Big Bang. Don't need to. Whether or not evolution is true, whether or not the Big Bang Theory is true, has nothing to do with whether or not your God exists or not. You have to prove your burden of proof towards your God. I don't have to do shit except for ask questions and critically think. I'm not the one that brought up the Big Bang Theory, Braylon. Try to pay attention. How did we gain consciousness? Biology. Quantum mechanics has nothing to do with God or supernatural, guys. I believe in things based on evidence. I don't believe in things based on faith, which is belief without evidence. That's called indoctrination. Consciousness, it's in the frontal lobe, pancakes. So yes, we did evolve to have consciousness. Yes, biology explains it. Try again. Go study. Textbooks are free. Yeah, there's no such thing as nothingness magic. Magic Mommy, this is why I was asking you questions, because I don't think we're going to disagree as much as you think we are. Dude, it hasn't been 10K or 10 minutes. It's been 2 since I said that. Guys, hit that like button. Let's get it up. Tony, are you in here? Oh, we need to get Pisces in here. If you guys want to argue, you can hop up in the box. I know you guys are scared and terrified, but go for it. Shoot your shot. There we are. What's up, Detroit?
Yo, 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 what up?
Hey,
What up,
you over
though?
the age
What
of
up?
18?
I'm 25, my brother.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
Which God?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know, bro.
cool. Don't waste my time next time. What's up, Scotty?
How's it going?
Hey, it's going all right, brother. How old are you?
45 years old.
Wonderful, brother. Appreciate it. And which God do you believe in?
The one and only.
You're a Muslim?
No.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question, because you're not the only religion that has one and only God. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the God
You're a
who
Christian.
sent his
Just admit
son,
it, dude.
Jesus.
Stop playing games. You're a Christian. So, what do you have for me today?
Basically, the only way to find proof of God is if you pray.
Nope. That's called indoctrination, belief without evidence and faith. Spreading a belief uncritically is indoctrinating. What evidence do you have that your prayers
No.
do jack shit?
Yeah, living it. I'm living the prayer.
Have your senses
pray and
ever
my
lied to you
prayers
in your
came
entire
true.
life?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Right. So you can't trust your senses. Anecdote is not fact.
Oh, you can't trust your senses at all?
You have to test them. Have you tested every single prayer you've done, and to know for an absolute
Uh,
100% objective
our
fact that there
senses,
was no natural
We
explanation?
live
or
our
coincidence?
lives by our senses.
I'm sorry, I asked you a question. So here's what you're going to do is shut the fuck up when I'm actually trying to talk, because you have no power here. So have you tested every single time you've prayed and had a quote-unquote answer? Have you tested every single one of those answers to know
Yes.
for an absolute fact that there was absolutely
Yes.
no fucking way that a natural explanation was in mind?
Did you hear the answer for the third time? Yes.
Yeah, I heard you lie 4 times
You
out of your
dumb
ass.
nigger. Stop muting me, nigger.
And you're racist. What a good Christian. You're such a good
No, I just call you as you are.
What? Why
Why
you
am
so
I racist? You're not black. You're not black. I'm calling you a nigger.
Do you have any evidence for your God, dude? Or do you just want to showcase how horrible
I
Christian
do.
love is? No hate like
I
Christian
do.
love,
Prayer.
guys.
Through
So
prayer,
go
you
fuck
can
yourself, you
find.
misogynistic fascist bitch. Hope your life fucking sucks. No hate like Christian love. No love. Yeah, no hate like Christian love. How's it going, Christian?
How are you doing?
Doing all right, brother. What you got for me today?
So, are you familiar with the Orc OR?
The what?
The Orc OR?
ORCOR?
It's quantum mechanics trying to explain consciousness.
Well, we know that consciousness is in the brain, and quantum mechanics has nothing to do with the supernatural.
Right. So consciousness is in the brain, but it's not
Yeah, period. Period.
something
like,
that
there's
can be
nothing else to
measured.
that. It's in the frontal lobe.
Right.
Period.
But here it goes deeper than that. Why do we have consciousness? You can't
Right. The
you can't
question
measure
of
consciousness.
how does it work is one thing, but we know it's in the brain. It has nothing to do with anything supernatural. Just because we don't understand everything out of the brain does not equate to therefore God.
So right.
Right.
But
so
if you would let me
what
get
other
to my
evidence would
point,
you have
right?
for your God?
So
Dude, consciousness
anyways, with the
doesn't prove a God.
consciousness, we know. Listen,
Consciousness has
if you
nothing
would
to do
listen
with
to my
God.
point.
Is consciousness in the brain, yes or no?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, we do. It's in the frontal lobe. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Is consciousness in the brain, yes or no?
So are you gonna?
Cool. Don't know how to talk. Wonderful. If you guys are able to communicate like an adult, go on ahead and hop in. Kobe, how's it going, brother?
Yo, I'm a professional
Hey, you
TikTok
over the age of
debater, but I
18?
do got a great point. I'm in my 20s, and then
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
the only God, the one and only
Muslim?
God. But the only thing,
You're a
huh?
Muslim?
I say more Christian.
That's
but
why I asked you that question. Cool. Christian,
yeah,
what you got
so
for me today?
let me make my point. I think the Bible, the only Bible that has prophecy and has never lied, bro.
There's not a
There's
single
no
prophecy
lies
fulfilled
in
in the
the
Bible.
Well, he did
Nope.
what do you call it? Prophesy the rise of nations. So he prophesied, the
Oh
Bible
my god,
prophesied
it's
the rise
so
of Rome,
crazy. I can
and
say
then
that a
Greece,
nation is gonna rise.
and then
How fucking wild.
but he described them, and then the Bible also tells it the number of years
After.
too, which
So
is
first of
exactly
all, it was
the
described
amount of
after it was
years
already
that
happening. So that's not a prophecy.
and just like the flood, you can find evidence of all the
No, we
things
don't.
in the
It's
Bible that
evidence
talks
very
about
rock
like the
clear for a
flood and like when Moses
The
split
flood
the
is a
rock
myth.
and
You're
then
not
water.
even gonna fucking listen, are you? So I've explained 2 of those things and how they're not actually true. So I'm gonna restate the flood one since you don't know how to shut the fuck up and listen. There's 0 evidence of a global flood. The first proof for that, the
You don't have to
first
talk to me like
absolute
that,
one, I
brother.
can talk to you however I want. I don't owe you anything. The first absolute proof for absolutely no flood having happened is the fact that fucking China existed and was farming during that time. There's many other proofs, but China was fucking farming. That's kind of impossible to do when every single thing on planet Earth is flooded and dead.
Have to do with the rise and fall of nations and the
I
number
already
of
explained that.
year. That science has lied more to
So
you
what
than
evidence do you have for your God, dude?
the
You're just
Bible
talking
has
about fake
and things of that nature,
prophecies
huh?
that never happened. Are you able to listen? Like, is that a capability you learned as a
Prophecy,
kid?
bro, that's supernatural.
No,
I
I
would
just
say the
explained
reason
how
that
that
you
wasn't a
alive right
prophecy.
now,
I just explained
huh?
how that wasn't a prophecy. Do you have evidence for your God?
How
Jesus
it
Christ.
so foretelling future events isn't a prophecy?
I just explained how it wasn't a prophecy.
What?
This is the thing.
I'm
You don't know
asking,
how
so
to
that's
pay
not
attention.
prophecy?
Dude, you are really bad at listening.
Bitch, you not my teacher. I'm telling you a future
I
events
am
is
your teacher right now. You don't know how to fucking pay attention. So let's go through that prophecy you were just talking about. You talked about the rise and fall of Rome. Is that the one you want to go with? Are you sure about that?
it was the rise and fall of Rome
Rise and fall of Rome. So shut up and let's get to that one.
and Greece, and he
Shut up and let's do one at a time.
hey, can I get can I
Alright.
get two?
Literally
Well,
no
1 second.
prophecy having to do with Rome, so that's fucking stupid. I don't know where you're going with that.
Yeah, David.
Oh, you're
David's the
talking
one
about
that prophesied all of
Daniel.
them. Look it up.
You mean Daniel? Have you ever read your book, dude? Daniel 2
I'm trying
is
to teach you something.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Don't be
No, I know. I'm
disrespectful.
trying to teach you. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Daniel 2, Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Is that the one you're talking about? Its head of gold is Babylon, chest and arms of silver, Medo-Persia, belly and thighs of bronze, Greece, legs of iron. Is that the one you're talking about? Right?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's the one.
That was written after that shit happened, dude. There's no such thing as a fulfilled prophecy in this book. Just because the book says so doesn't mean something is true. Go fucking study. What evidence do you have for your God? Your prophecies are obviously failures.
Intelligent of the evidence of intelligent design in the universe. Everything
There's
is
no evidence
balanced
of an intelligent
almost to a
design.
T.
You know
Even
how we know
Einstein, Albert
intelligent-
Einstein,
Dude,
one of your
shut the
favorite
fuck up.
science
Einstein
guys,
didn't
said,
believe in God. Stop talking. Like, you really don't know how to listen. First of all, Einstein did not believe in God. Dumbass. Go read Einstein. Okay? Like, you can go do a quick Google search.
now Einstein said it even after all
Google
his
does
theories.
not believe in a God. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Literally go Google it right now. Did Einstein believe in God? No. He thought the cosmos was beautiful and godlike. He did not believe in a God. Go study before you talk out of your ass.
I'm hitting you with facts.
You're wrong.
It sound
Go
like
Google it,
you don't like
dumbass.
I gotta ask you, what happened in your life to made you not believe though?
The fact that there's no evidence and this kid named Kobe can't provide any evidence to this day. So, again, Einstein doesn't believe in God, and even if he did, that doesn't prove God exists. What
So you
evidence do
believe in
have
Big
for your
Bang? You
God?
think things come out of nothing? You
We
think
have
things
evidence for the Big Bang Theory.
spontaneously?
You can be a Christian and believe in the Big Bang Theory. There's evidence for it.
So you think things came from nothing?
No. Have you ever read the Big Bang Theory?
That sounds like from nothing
Have
came
you ever,
something, and that doesn't
dude, shut
even
the
work.
fuck up. Jesus Christ, you talk so much. Have you ever read the Big Bang Theory?
But if you're gonna keep muting me,
Shut the fuck up. If you have an opportunity to talk, don't use it to bitch and cry like a 12-year-old. This is for 18
Boy,
and older.
fuck you, bro. I'm
Shut up. Like, you stop crying. If you want to cry, go to someone that gives a
a
fuck.
bitch.
I don't care about your
Use
feelings.
a bitch.
I don't care
Use
about
a
your feelings.
bitch.
So, have you ever read the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, bro, I've read it.
Yeah, so what does
I
it
was
say?
up there when it happened.
You were up there while it happened. Okay, next person
Yeah.
that has a brain, hopefully. Forever grateful. It's oh, okay, Abraham. How's it going, Abraham?
I'm doing good.
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yeah,
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, brother?
I believe in the one God,
Muslim?
one true God, three in one.
You're a Muslim.
Christian.
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm a
just say that
Christian,
instead
bro.
of beating around the bush. So what do you got for me today?
I can answer however I want to answer.
You can, but you're dumb. So what do you got for me today?
If you're asking me what God do I believe in, I'm trying to explain it to
Yeah,
you.
if
What's
you
your
say
problem?
the one true God, you're not the only religion that says that. It doesn't help me at all. So anyways, what do you
Yeah,
have
but
today?
if you let me finish, I would
Quit
have said it,
crying
bro. I would have
like a
said
toddler and get to the
it.
point. What do you have for me
That's your
today?
question?
You don't have to cry like a baby. What do you have for me today?
That's cool, bro. Do you agree that
No.
right now
What evidence do you have
everything
for your
that's...
God?
Are you going to let me finish?
Absolutely not. If you're asking me a question, that's not you providing evidence.
You said there is no evidence for
Yeah,
God.
so you
I'm
don't need to
trying to
ask
give
me
you the
questions. You
evidence.
can just provide the evidence. I don't need to ask
I'm
you
trying
questions if I
to
want to
give
prove
you
something to you.
evidence.
No, you're not. You're asking a question.
Okay, the
Provide
universe
evidence.
is finite. The universe is
No, it's
finite.
not.
Everything that is finite has a creator.
What evidence do you have that the universe is finite?
Second law of thermodynamics.
What's the first law of thermodynamics, dumbass?
Why are you bringing out the first if I'm talking about the second?
Yeah, what's
How
the
about
first
you
law?
explain the first? Yeah, what's the first one without looking it up? Go ahead.
Yeah, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So what do you think created energy?
Within the system, the
What
isolated
evidence do
system,
you
energy
have?
cannot be created or
What
destroyed.
evidence do you have that energy was created?
Within the system,
What evidence do you
it
have that
cannot be
energy was
created or
created?
destroyed. Well, what you have evidence for that with your Big Bang, right? You believe it was
What evidence
created,
do
right?
you stop pivoting? What evidence do you have that energy was created?
I don't have energy. I don't have evidence that energy was
Correct. So you
created
have no
within the
reason to believe
system.
energy was
Within the
created.
system, I do know that the universe is slowing down and it's finite,
No, it's not.
and everything that is finite is coming to an end. You
It's
can look
not
it up
slowing
right
down.
now. You can look it up right now. Everything,
Obviously,
the
you
universe
need
is
to go look it
slowly,
up
the
now. So
universe is slowly coming to
you talk too
equilibrium,
much as
bro.
well. What is up with you two not being able to shut the fuck up? No, it's not slowing down. The acceleration is slowing down. The acceleration is slowing down, not the speeding up. It's still speeding up. The acceleration of the speeding up is what's slowing down. It's still speeding up, my guy. It's still expanding. It's not slowing
Eventually,
down.
you will come to equilibrium, just like
So
the second law.
I know you like to pivot in red herring because you have no evidence for God, because there's obviously no evidence for God, but you have officially said that you have no evidence that energy was created. So why do you believe that energy was created?
Are you done, bro?
Don't use your time that I give you to cry like a little bitch. Just provide me an answer.
I
What
don't give a
evidence
fuck.
do
I
you
can use
have?
my time however the fuck
No,
I.
you're not. You're gonna do exactly what I allow you to do. What evidence do you have that energy
You
was
can
created?
fucking kick me off.
What evidence do you have that energy was created?
You can kick me off because I'm
What
a grown man.
evidence do you have that energy was created? If you're a grown man, stop crying like a little bitch. What evidence do
I
you
can
have that
answer
energy
however the
was
fuck I want
created?
to.
No, you're gonna answer how I allow you to.
I can
What
answer how
evidence
I
do you
want to
have
answer.
that energy was
How I want
created?
to answer.
Here, I'll let you cry like a little baby. Everyone can listen to you. What evidence do you have that
Answer
energy
however the
was
fuck I
created?
want to answer.
What evidence
I
do you
can
have that
answer whatever
energy
the
was
fuck I want to
created?
answer.
Pivot.
I'm not gonna repeat myself. I told you I don't have
Pivot.
evidence for that, but I
Right.
do
So
have
why do you
evidence
think that
that the
energy was
universe is
created?
coming to equilibrium. Let me fucking talk.
What
The
you said you have
universe
no
is slowly
evidence
coming
that
to equilibrium.
you have no evidence for that. We have
Yeah, what's
evidence
the point
that
of
the
even doing this shit
expansion
if you're gonna
is or the
talk over people?
acceleration is
If you're
slowing
gonna
down.
talk
We
over
don't have
people, what's
evidence
the
that it's
point?
coming back to an
What's the
equilibrium.
point?
I just explained why you're
What's the
wrong.
point?
What did I say?
What's the point of talking over people?
Yeah,
Like,
I was
if
explaining
you're
why
gonna
you're
have people
wrong. I know
up
you
here,
don't know how to
what's
shut
the
the
fucking
fuck up and
point?
listen, but I was explaining
Yeah,
why
you
you're
don't know how to
wrong.
keep talking over
So,
people.
you have no evidence that energy was created. You have no
You don't
reason
know
to
how to
believe
stop
energy was
talking over
created.
people like a fucking bitch.
You're cute. So you have no evidence that energy was created. You have no reason to believe energy was created. The universe is eternal for all you know, provided evidence otherwise.
Second law of thermodynamics.
That does not say anything about energy being created.
You just said the universe is
By the
eternal.
way,
I
that's
just
for
told you
our
it's the
observable
second law.
universe. That's not for the universe. It's our observable universe.
Well, the laws of thermodynamics are universal. You can look it up right now.
Right. We have no.
Look
No,
it
it's
up
for
right
our
now.
observable universe in a closed system.
No,
So
look
we
it
should
up
go
right
study
now.
this
The
stuff.
laws are universal.
I know you don't know how to listen, but I just explained it. If you're not able to pay attention, I'm just gonna have to move on to the next person. Do you want to listen? And do you want to learn?
What does
Cool,
universal
get
mean?
fucked. Go cry to someone else.
Yo,
What's up, Blowman? Or Blowmac. Sorry.
go back to Reddit, you fucking skinny faggot.
Wonderful. So,
Skinny
how are you
faggot,
over
bro.
the age of 18?
Listen, bro, I love to hearing you say, stop crying.
Are you over the age of 18,
The
crybaby?
only one crying, bro.
Hey, crybaby, are you over the age
Crazy.
of
I'm
18?
18, yeah.
Wonderful. So he's over the age of 18. Which god do you believe in?
I believe in the God that would rock your skinny ass, pussy.
Wonderful. So what evidence do you have that your
Back
god
to Reddit,
exists?
faggot. Why do you talk so gay, too?
What
Are you
evidence do
gay?
you have for your god? Are you insecure about gay people? Are you scared of gay people?
No, I'm just surprised
So
you
what if
haven't
I
kicked
am
me
gay?
yet. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
I'm not
not surprised,
insecure.
bro. You talk with very gay inflections.
Being
So-
stoic is gay?
The way you
What
talk
evidence
is
do you
not
have for
stoic,
your
bro.
god?
You stoic in the same way iDubbbz is, bro.
What evidence do you have for your god?
I have evidence I can lift more than you, you skinny gay faggot. Go back
What
to
evidence
Reddit.
do you have for your god, bud?
Brother, I'm calling you a faggot and you're not kicking me. Your live's about to get
Because I'm
banned.
not insecure.
That's literally the only point in.
What evidence do you have for your god? I'll give you one more shot.
What evidence do you have of your?
Wonderful. How's it going,
Yo.
William?
What's up?
Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Do you believe in a god?
Yes.
Awesome. Which god, brother?
Christian.
Sweet.
Jesus.
I appreciate that, brother. What you got for me today, man?
I see you said there's no evidence for God. I say it is, and it's you and the Bible.
So let me ask you something with that, brother. Why do you think I am evidence for God?
Say what?
Why do you think that my existence is evidence of God and not evidence of evolution and biology?
It doesn't. Just because you have evidence that of biology doesn't mean that God didn't exist.
What evidence do you have that God made me?
The Bible.
No, I said what evidence do you have that God made me?
That's what I'm saying, the Bible.
A book being written is not evidence that my molecules were made by a divine being.
Yeah, maybe.
The
Okay, maybe
evidence that I was made is my parents having sex 25 years ago. So what evidence do
course,
you
but-
have that God made me?
That's what
A
I'm saying.
book
So
is not evidence for anything.
the book is evidence, right? So like
That's
you have
called
evidence,
begging
you
the
have
question.
proof.
You do know that,
so
right?
the evidence is anything that can be used to support a claim or
pause.
belief,
I
right?
want to show you something. I
Well,
want to
it
show
doesn't-
you. I want to show you how your
Well,
logic
let me-
is working right now.
Well,
You
let me-
think that
let me-
pause. No, you need to hear this. You think your book is proof
Mhm.
for your book being true.
No, I didn't say proof. I said evidence and proof
You
are
think
different.
your
So
book
evidence is anything that
evidence
can.
that your book is true.
Right. So what I'm saying
Right,
is
so
that
why aren't
evidence
you
is
a
anything
Muslim?
that can be.
So why aren't you
It's
a
any-
Muslim?
is anything
Why
that
aren't
can be
you a Muslim?
supported or
The
claimed.
Quran says it's
Doesn't have to
infallible.
convince.
The Quran says that the Quran is the infallible word of God and it's the one and only true God. So why aren't you a Muslim? If your book is true because your book says it's true, so is the Quran, and you are worshiping the false God.
No, that's
Do you
not
see
what
how
you're
your
trying to say.
logic
What I'm
doesn't
saying,
work? Do you see how your
no,
logic
I didn't
doesn't work?
say.
So
I didn't
you
say.
said your book is
I
evidence
didn't
for
say
your
that.
book. The Quran says the exact same fucking thing. So why are you
I'm not
right and
saying.
it's
I'm
not?
not fumbling, and I'm not. I'm trying to explain it. You're trying to cut me
You're not
off and
able
try
to
to
explain that. You
distort
literally
it.
just said
I'm
your
trying to
book.
explain. You're just
Dude,
raising.
you literally just said your book is evidence that your book is true. With your logic, the Quran is proof that the Quran is true. Do you see where your logic fails? It's called circular reasoning. It's a begging the question fallacy. You are saying, here's my premise, and my
That's
conclusion
not what
is
I'm
true
saying. I
because
didn't
my
even say
premise is
anything yet. You've been
true.
talking
You
since
are
I've got it.
assuming and presupposing that your book is already true. You need evidence that the book is true. That's how you know when books are true or not, because evidence outside of the book proves the book to be true. So what evidence do
Okay,
you
so
have
when am
for
I
your
going to be
book
able to talk?
to be true?
Okay, when am I going to be able to talk to you? Okay. So what I was saying, the evidence is that,
You just
of
ignored
course,
everything I
anything
just
that can
said.
be used to support, right?
Dude,
So
holy shit. You got to pay attention. I just broke down why you saying your book is true is not anything. Now you need to provide evidence that your book is true. Now you need to back
Right.
why I should believe your book.
I am saying that, right? I'm trying to get to that point. You don't want me
So
to say that.
let's start with, do you want to start with Genesis 1?
You're just trying to contort the
Well,
whole
no, you're saying that your book is trustworthy because your book says so.
Okay, but I didn't finish. I didn't
Dude,
explain.
no, because you're trying to explain something that doesn't need explained. You just said your book is true because your book says so. Now we need to critique your book. Now we need to critique your book. Do you want to start with Genesis 1? Or do you want to start with the Gospels? Or do you want to start with Revelation? Do you want to start with Daniel? Where do you want to start?
So again, evidence and proof are not the same thing. We can agree on that, right? So when you ask, is there evidence for God? The question is, what kind of evidence that you're willing to consider? That's the thing. So the Bible itself is a form of evidence because
No, it's
there's
not.
historical document.
Genesis
There's
1.
historical documents.
What evidence do you have?
testimony. There's-
So Genesis 1 says God created the heavens and the earth. What evidence do you have that God created earth?
Okay, so you're right. Okay, but what I'm saying
I
is
know I'm
that
right. There's no evidence for God. And you're just running in circular reasoning right now, and it's
I'm not
really
running.
annoying.
I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm not
you're
saying
trying
you're running. I'm saying you're using
rage
circular
me.
reasoning. Tell me what circular reasoning is, dude. Explain to me what circular reasoning is.
We're not up here to explain circular.
What do you
You're
think
trying
circular
to
reasoning is?
change the.
No, you're being logically fallacious. I'm trying to teach you something here. What do you think circular reasoning would be?
I think you're thinking about it wrong. That's all I know.
You just
I'm
said
not
that
up here
Santa
to
Claus
talk
is real
about-
because the book Santa Claus says so. You just said that Hogwarts exists because Harry Potter says so. That is what you
That's-
told me.
No, that's a type of.
No, dumbass. So when I asked what evidence you have that God made me, you said a book.
No,
So
you're
that's the
being.
equivalent of me saying, what proof do I have that Hogwarts exists? Harry Potter. What proof that I have Spider-Man exists? A comic book. That's the exact equivalent of what you just said.
But you know that isn't real, obviously, right? You know that isn't real because there's no evidence. The evidence
Exactly.
that
So what
Hogwarts
evidence do you have for
exists,
your God?
the reason why we can say Hogwarts exists is because
So-
there's evidence
so
that
what
someone created something.
So what
right?
evidence do you have
They
for your
created a
God?
book. They created a.
Your
You know what I'm
book?
saying? That's the evidence.
Your book says that your God exists. So what evidence do you have to back the claim that your book makes? You can't use the claim to prove the claim, dude.
There's historical evidence. If I say
The book is the claim. So you need to provide me evidence that the book is true. Which part of the Bible do you want to start with? I would prefer
we didn't
Genesis
get to
1.
that part, we can't go to a part yet where we can't
Yes,
set a
you
common
can.
ground. We're trying to
Provide
go all
any
over the
part
place.
of the Bible. Bring up any part of the Bible.
The
Bring up a part of the
prophecies
Bible.
about
Name
Jesus'
one prophecy.
crucifixion, like Isaiah 53, like
Wonderful.
Psalm
Provide-
22, are often
Isaiah
cited as evidence
Yo, slow
of
down.
something.
Slow.
You gotta tell me to slow down, bro. You're
Which
trying to.
prophecy?
You're trying
Name
to.
a prophecy. We have to
I've named
critique
two.
it
I've
to know if
named
it's true or
two.
not.
I've named two of them. But it's not.
Name one prophecy that you want to go through right now. Which one?
You're trying to control the narrative, bro. You don't. You're not up here to learn, bro.
No,
If
you
you
need to
really
stop
want to learn,
pivoting.
go to
Which prophecy do you
go
want to go
somewhere
through?
that's actually going to
I'm not here to listen to you cry like a
argue on
bitch.
TikTok.
Which prophecy do you want to go through?
Just rage baiting at this point.
Okay, fuck off, dude. No one cares about you crying. You can cry in my chat section now. Enjoy crying. No one gives a fuck. I tried to help you, dude. I tried to help you. That was rough. I tried really hard with that kid. Oh, the light count's going really well. Guys, let's get it up to 5K. We're at 4,500. Move it up there. Hit that screen. Double tap the screen. Whoa. My background picture is AI. Congratulations, you're an idiot. I know you don't want to learn IMJ. I tried to help you. How's it going, 1857?
Hey, aren't you gonna ask me how old I am?
Yes, sir, but am I not allowed to ask you if you're doing okay?
Shut the fuck up, bitch, you dirty little fucking nigger.
Why are all Christians racist? No hate like Christian love. It's really pathetic. You guys are really pathetic. Like their favorite thing is you gay person, you person of this color. Oh my goodness gracious, you're disgusting because you are natural. Oh my goodness, your naturalness disgusts me. I'm so insecure and my parents will disown me if I come out of my own closet that I have to pick on other people. Guys, I'm not insecure about my weight. I'm not insecure about my looks. I'm not insecure about my size. I'm not insecure about my height. I am a 6'4", 200-pound dude. You don't fucking scare me. You never will. I'm not scared if I'm... So what if I'm gay? What's wrong with being gay? Nothing. Shut the fuck up, stop crying like a little bitch, and let's have a conversation. I'm not gay, but there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I am. Maybe I want to be. Who cares? Unlike you, I'm not insecure. I know who I am. How's it going, Caleb?
Doing good, how you doing, brother?
Doing all right, brother. How old are you? Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, man?
The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
All right. Would you consider yourself Christian or Catholic or?
Christian. That's just good.
Wonderful. Got you, brother. What you got for me today, man?
So, in a sense, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, we have evidence for it. Like cosmic microwave background proves it to be true.
So, do you believe that they don't have no evidence for the Bible?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So, do you believe that there's no evidence for the Bible being created, or the things from the Bible being actually true?
What we do have in science is evidence with James Webb Telescope and cosmic microwave background to see that there was an expansion of our universe. But what the Bible says is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But what we do know from science is God didn't make earth, gravity did. So that's one contradiction that proves the Bible not credible. Like, it's just all over. It also says that plants were made before the sun, which is quite literally impossible. That's a contradiction. The Bible also says earth is flat. The Bible says that Adam and Eve were made 6,000 years ago. That's fucking bullshit. The Bible says there's a solid dome called a firmament over the heavens. Like, there's so much wrong with the Bible. It's just an old medieval Iron Age book.
It could be true to how some people think, but in a sense, God is a perfect being. So don't you think God can
What
create
evidence do
all
you
these
have for
things.
that? That's a claim.
It sure is a claim, but also the Big Bang Theory is a claim too because it
It's
haven't
a
been
claim backed by
scientifically
evidence,
proven.
brother. What evidence do you have to
But
back the claim that God made Earth?
through the evidence that the Bible tells us of
Right, that's
historical
called
facts,
circular reasoning. My claim is true because my claim says so.
but it hasn't been proven.
That
It
gravity
hasn't been.
makes
It
the
hasn't
Earth?
been
Yes, it
proven.
has been.
It hasn't been proven to be
Yes, it has been.
100%
We
true.
know for a
Yeah.
fact that gravity makes planets.
I mean, that doesn't prove the Big Bang Theory. It doesn't. I mean, it literally doesn't. Like,
Okay, so
it
the
doesn't prove
Bible
it's
says
right.
in the
They
beginning
have
God made Earth.
correct.
So that's why I'm saying gravity made Earth. We can also talk about how there's no evidence for God making the universe, but we do have evidence of the expansion of our universe. Now, here's the thing, brother. You as a Christian can still believe in the expansion. Why? Because there's evidence for it, and you could still say, well, what made the expansion? You could make that answer as God. There's
That's
nothing
true.
wrong with that. Facts don't give a fuck about my feelings or your feelings. The expansion is true. We have evidence for it. Evolution is true. We have evidence for it. It doesn't debunk a God's existence. So there's nothing wrong with you believing in facts. Now the question comes to what happened before the hot dense state. That's where I as an atheist say, I don't know. And that's where you as a theist says, God. That's called God of the Gaps logical fallacy because you don't have any evidence to support that God made the hot dense state. What we do have is the first law of thermodynamics stating that energy cannot be created. So why would I, as an atheist, believe that energy was ever created? For all I know, due to all the evidence I have, the universe is a necessary thing that has always existed.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't knock you. I don't knock what you believe in. Like, it's a belief at the end of the day, so anybody can believe whatever they want to believe.
No.
But
faith is belief without evidence. I believe things due to evidence.
yeah, that's true. That's true too. That's true too. But everybody's entitled to their own belief, even if it comes through faith or
That's true. There's nothing
but-
wrong with having faith. There's nothing wrong with being a Christian. It's just
right? Because I mean, the Old
facts
Testament
don't care about feelings.
But the
So-
Old Testament salvation wasn't through faith, so it don't matter if it's a belief. But my question to you is, where do you believe you will go when your eyes close? What do you
Absolutely
believe that will
nowhere.
happen?
We know that consciousness is in the brain, and once brain activity stops, so does consciousness. There's no evidence
So-
for a heaven or a hell or anywhere else. There's no evidence for
So
ghosts.
do you believe in a soul?
No, there's no evidence that a soul exists.
So all the videos, the exorcists, the hunt things going on the internet, you can see like proving things that been seen through Jesus' name, through exorcisms, things like that, supernatural things that have been proven.
No
Do you
supernatural
you don't
thing in the
believe none of
history of
those?
mankind has ever been proven.
So
You
you
know
don't
what
believe in
exorcisms
that?
are? Psychological problems. Those people need help, not a church.
Okay.
Notice how the more our science got better and our psychology got better, we started having zero exorcisms. It's because it's a psychological problem, not a demon problem. Also, before we had germ theory, people believed that demons made people sick. So, the more science grows, the less we need religion and indoctrination.
Okay. Well, okay. I respect what you believe in, or what you think. Your facts behind what you believe in. So I respect it. That's all I wanted to ask you though. That's
Fair
cool.
enough, brother. I appreciate you hopping up in
Definitely.
here and being respectful, man. You're an awesome dude. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I wanted to troll a little bit on my body, but I ain't gonna troll. It ain't
I
no
appreciate
poison.
you very much. You have yourself a
Ain't
good
no
day, brother.
poison. You too, bro.
See, guys, I'm not just a straight up asshole. That guy, I decided I would give my respect to because he was very kind and he listened. Notice how he listened. He made a claim. I explained why I don't believe his claim. I explained the evidence behind why I believe what I believe. And he was quiet and he listened. And then he said, okay, I respect that. Here's my thoughts about that. And we had a back and forth discourse. And notice how we didn't even have to agree. We just came to an agree to disagree. You guys can do the same. But no, I do not owe you respect and kindness. If you're going to be an asshole, I'm going to be an asshole too. I have nothing against that. That guy was a pretty dope guy. I'm going to go ahead and thank everyone for donations real quick. So Dan, thank you for the heart me. And Crazy, of course, back out with the love you so much. I love you so much. I appreciate you. And a heart me, and a heart me. Crazy Cat with the Panther Paw. Oh, I haven't seen you before. Rock Heart with heart me and roses. W's to you, dude. Rock Heart. W to you. Appreciate that. And Anne, of course, with the hand heart. Love you so much, Anne. Thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button and hit follow if you haven't hit follow yet. We do this on a daily basis. And we just like to end indoctrination. They can be good arguments. They could be bad arguments. Could be good faith. It could be bad faith. Doesn't matter. What we're going to do is end indoctrination. Appreciate you all for being here. I'm hopping off. This gave him too much of my time. Adios, Jay. So why aren't you a Muslim? You never answered. Oh, look at you guys using my arguments. I love you. That's adorable. We got a lot of people that have requested up. I see all of you. There is a line, so I'm gonna go in order of who requested first. I love you, Nita. Appreciate you. You just want attention. Coolio. Let's get Disciple. How's it going, Disciple?
Hey, what's up, man?
Am I good to just call you Derek?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wonderful. Appreciate it. Are you over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
The Christian God, the one true living God.
Love it. I like that response. All right, brother. What you got for me today?
Yeah, for sure. So just a super quick correction. You quoted Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1, and you said the things unseen is the definition of faith per scripture. That's a misconception. It doesn't say the things unseen. It says the things of conviction. In the Greek, the word is alenchos. So that word's referencing the conviction that we get as Christians through the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
so I just want to make that
feelings.
quick clarification. Do what?
Yeah, feelings.
No, it's not feelings. So conviction is a little
feeling.
bit different than feelings.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
conviction
make
is
that
a
quick
feeling.
clarification because you said that faith was the definition
How is a
defined.
conviction not a feeling?
Conviction is not a feeling. It's actually the opposite of feeling.
It is quite literally a chemical reaction in your brain.
No, it's not.
And what?
But again, that's fine. That's my new point. That's not my point. My point. I just wanted to say, yeah, I just wanted to make that quick clarification that that's not what Hebrews chapter 11 verse 1 says in the Greek. So.
Emotional responses, cognitive bias, and neural pathways. So it's 100% of the brain. Thank you for not knowing what you're talking
No, it's
about.
not.
Well,
No, it's
neurologists
literally
say
not.
you're full of shit, so I don't care what you say. I care what the
Okay.
facts
Well,
say.
that's an appeal to authority. So that's
No,
incorrect.
it's appeal to evidence. False.
No, it's appeal to authority.
It's appeal to evidence.
Stating who they
Neurologists have
are
provided
and
evidence
their
behind
accreditation
it.
has
I
literally
didn't
no
say who said that. I said
value
what
to the
evidence
definition
and
of what
study
conviction
agreed
is.
with it. So I didn't say somebody said it. I did say it's what neurologists said because I was reading what the neurology is. I didn't say this doctor said it. I said neurologists are saying this evidence. I don't appeal to authority. I appeal to facts. I know you don't know what that's like.
Well, if that's cool. Okay, so if that's the case, for sure, yeah, and I will get there in a second. But if that's the case, then we'll go by the external definition of faith, which isn't for things not seen. It's the allegiance to duty or a person, loyalty. That's the definition of faith for Merriam-Webster's definition. So if we're going for an outside definition of conviction, then we also have to go for an outside definition
nouns
of
for
faith.
it. The first noun is complete trust or confidence in someone or something. The second is strong belief in the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual conviction or feelings rather than proof. So shut up. So faith in a religious context is literally, by definition, according to Oxford Dictionary, belief without evidence. So what evidence do you have that your God
literally
exists?
The first definition is...
So what evidence do you have that your God exists?
Perfect. All right, let's go there. So divine prophecy...
Provide any evidence that anything divine exists.
Well, by the fulfillment of biblical prophecy and current
Wonderful.
events.
Provide one.
Okay, a wound to the head, to the Antichrist. Revelation 13, verse 3.
Revelation 13, verse 3, correct? Oops.
Yep.
Okay. And I saw one of his heads, as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. That one?
Yep.
Cool. So why do you think that's a prophecy?
Well, we know it's a prophecy because it's written
Has it come
by
to?
John of Patmos. Yes, it has. In
Okay,
July of
how so?
2024. Donald Trump received a wound to the head.
So did Martin Luther King Jr.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not. Just saying
Yeah, it is. It's
somebody
red
got
herring.
a wound to the head doesn't mean shit. The fuck? So did
Oh,
Abraham
it does.
Lincoln.
If scripture,
Abraham
if scripture
Lincoln, who
says,
was
if
another-
scripture
dude,
says,
shut up,
wait,
Jesus Christ.
calm,
Abraham Lincoln, another president.
already manifesting, dude. Calm down.
Another president named Abraham Lincoln had a wound to the head. So again, your prophecy is just bullshit.
Did
There's no
he
such thing
did
as
he
a
live?
prophecy come true. No, he died. Oh,
Okay,
you're,
so,
you're
but
bringing
is
about
Donald
the
Trump
and he
alive?
healed. So let's look up some other people.
Again, irrelevant. Because
No, it's not.
this isn't the only biblical prop. He's fulfilled every single biblical prophecy in Scripture associated with the Antichrist.
No, he hasn't.
You want to bet?
2012.
You brought up Daniel earlier, didn't you?
Be quiet. 2012. Malala Yousafzai was shot in the head by the Taliban, and she survived. She won a Nobel Peace Prize in 2014. Gabriel Glyfford,
Can't be the Antichrist. The
former
Antichrist
US
is a man.
Be quiet. The U.S. Congresswoman was shot in the head during a mass shooting in Tucson, Arizona in 2011. She survived. Cameron Underwood, after a suicide attempt 2016, Cameron shot himself in the head, resulting in facial injuries. He survived. Let's see. Survival rates. 5% of people on Earth that get hit in the head survive. So you have 5% of the population, which
Perfect.
is 7 billion people. So you have like
Awesome.
500,000 people.
I agree
that
with
are
you.
the
I agree with
Antichrist,
you.
according to you.
That's-
So that's again a
Cool.
bullshit
Perfect.
argument.
Cool. No, it's not. So
Yes, it is.
in Scripture, we get
That's a completely
multiple
bullshit
attributes.
argument.
You asked for one biblical prophecy. I gave you one.
Right, and that
But there are well over 30 that will
prophecy.
continue.
It's a piece of paper.
Okay,
that
so
says a
but
thing,
no,
and
no,
that thing said,
actually,
chill out.
it is.
I know that you're stupid, but we're gonna work on this. So your book said a thing.
But you're gonna get cooked.
Your book said a thing, and you call it a prophecy, even though it's not. And I explained why it's not.
Did it happen?
So what is your next point? Trump is not the only person to survive a head wound, so your prophecy is null and
Perfect.
void.
No, it's not.
Yes,
no,
it
it's
is.
not. So that is one specific attribute,
No,
right? That is
your
specifically.
prophecy is null and void because you said because Trump survived a headshot, which
No,
Revelation
you asked for one
13:3
biblical prophecy.
Be quiet.
That's not
Jesus
correct.
Christ. Revelation 13:3.
Don't
And
straw man.
Be quiet.
Basic debate.
Be quiet. And I saw
Don't
one
straw
of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly
Perfect.
wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast.
Perfect.
Right. So
So in
first of
Revelation
all,
13, verse
and I
2,
saw one of his heads, which means that this beast has multiple heads, which Trump
Beautiful.
does not have. So there's another.
he describes those
Dude, you
in the previous verse. In
so much. Relax.
Manifesting.
Slow down.
Okay, can
There's
you
no
can you
such
read the
thing-
verse?
There's no such thing as manifestation. You're just like really losing horribly, and I'm trying to teach you how critical thinking works. And you're getting upset by it because you know you have no evidence for your God. So you're getting upset and then you're freaking the fuck out. So, your book says multiple heads of this beast. One of them gets shot, and then the beast heals. Trump is not a beast. He's a human, a Homo sapien. He did not get shot in the head. He got nicked in the ear.
Is the ear
and
part of the head?
survived. Yeah, it is a part of the head, but it is not the head.
Okay, so he was pew-pewed in the
So,
head then.
No. Revelation 13:3. I will read again.
But you just said that
since-
he was pew-pewed
Can
in
you
the
be
ear.
Quiet. So Revelation.
You just said he was
13
pew-pewed in
Do
the
I need
ear,
to mute
and then you
again?
just conceded that the ear is part of the head.
I am
so he was
reading
pew-pewed in the
your
head.
Scripture, dumbass. listen. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death.
Yeah.
He did
What does that
not
mean?
get, be quiet. He did not get a deadly wound, you dumbass.
What
He
does that
was
mean?
nicked
As
in
if
the
it had been
ear.
slain. In Greek. What did it say? What
I don't know. I don't
What does that
speak
mean?
Greek. But what I do know is it says as if he was dead. He was
It's as
wounded
if. Okay, perfect. So
to
he wasn't
death.
actually dead. It was as if he had been dead, right?
As it were wounded to death.
Just read.
And his deadly
Beautiful.
wound
Beautiful.
was
So
healed. You talk
perfect.
way too much. Trump did not have a deadly wound, you dumbass. So go on to
I
your
agree.
next prophecy.
Scripture doesn't say it's deadly. It says it's as if it was deadly.
No, it says as it were
Yeah, it
wounded
does.
to death, and his deadly wound
Yeah, it
was
does.
healed.
No, that's not what it said.
That Revelation
says,
13:3,
as if it
King
had been
James
slain.
version, and I saw one of his heads as
Well,
it were wounded to
I go
death,
to the manuscripts.
and
So
his deadly wound was healed, and the world wondered after the beast. Trump was
I go
not
to the
shot in a
manuscripts. That's where I
deadly
go. I go to
way.
the original manuscripts, the Greek manuscripts, the
Trump
one-for-one
was not
translation,
hurt in
which
a
says
deadly way. Trump was not injured in a deadly way. Trump was not injured in a deadly way. Do I need to say it again?
I mean, you can keep manifesting. It's fine.
I'm not manifesting. What evidence do you have
It
that
doesn't say that it
demons
was a deadly wound.
You keep on saying manifesting. What evidence do you have that demons exist, dude?
Well, hey, red herring.
You're the one that keeps red herring saying I'm manifesting. The fuck?
No, you are. No, red.
Do you know what a red
if
herring
anything,
is?
if anything,
No. Do you know what a red herring fallacy
that would be
is?
an-
Do you know what a red herring fallacy is? I'm not
Yeah,
using
you're
it
running from
fallaciously. No. So a red herring fallacy is where you purposefully change the subject to run away from the main subject.
you just did.
We have completed your main claim for this Revelation 13 being a
Nope.
prophecy. It is completed. You are wrong. And then you
just
made another claim that I am manifesting. So I'm not fallaciously running to another claim. You brought up a claim that I'm manifesting. After I debunked the fuck out of your biblical claim, I have now brought up your next claim. What evidence do you have that demons exist? You may now unmute yourself and respond with evidence for demons.
Again, we're not done with this claim.
No, we are, because Trump wasn't shot in a deadly way. So next claim was, I am manifesting. What evidence do you have for demons?
The divine revelation.
Provide evidence that anything divine
So
exists.
I am doing that, but you keep muting me because you're manifesting.
No. Oh my God, you're fucking retarded. Pardon my French with that word. I need to work on that. I need to stop using that word. That is my bad. Let me rephrase that sentence. Oh my God, you're fucking dumb as shit. I highly recommend you go read some books for free at the library on critical thinking, epistemology, and logic. At least the basics. Go study at least the basics of some theology. Trump was not given a deadly wound to the head. He was barely nicked in the ear. He did not come back from anything. That is stretching. That was the biggest stretch. Like that was I've heard better arguments for flat earth than you provided. Flat earthers have better arguments. There's no such thing as demons, so how the hell am I supposed to be manifesting a demon? Well, usually the religious people love Trump. It's crazy that they think that Trump is some fucking savior. Like, that is crazy. All right. Hey, Lindsay, thank you for all those gifts. You got the Let Him Cook. You got the Gold Gloves Boxing. You got the You're Awesome. And Xavier, thank you for that heart puff. I appreciate you. Who's here? Sent a goat. Joseph Clark sent a perfume. Thank you very much. You guys are absolute legends. Keep on tapping that screen. We're at 11,000 likes. Let's see if we can get to 20K in the next 20 minutes. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to move on to the next call. Hey, how's it going, Ben?
Hey, what's going on, man? How's it going?
It's going pretty good, brother. How are you over the age of 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, brother?
Well, I mean, I can tell you I'm a ex Jehovah's Witness.
Okay, cool.
So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. What you got for me today, man?
So I went away from church really.
I'm
I
sorry?
started reading the Bible. Actually went away from church. I
Oh,
started
gotcha.
reading the Bible. Then I realized that the God of the Old Testament couldn't be the real God. So I do believe that there is a true God, like the source of life. That's what I believe in. Where life comes from, the Most High.
Wait, you don't believe that the Old Testament God is the same as the New Testament God?
Right. I believe
Do you believe in
the
what
God in the Old
Jesus said?
I believe in some stuff that Jesus said. I don't believe that he said everything that they say in the Bible, and I believe that he did more than what they say in the Bible.
Wait, so you already don't trust your Bible enough to not trust shit that was said, but yet you trust it enough to believe the foolish, non-evidence claim that there's a God. What?
Yeah. So
So
I do
you
believe.
what?
So I do believe in a source, like I said, a source of everything, a source of life. I mean, and I'm kind of in the border, maybe, like being agnostic.
It sounds like you're really
But
close to becoming an atheist, is what I'm hearing.
the only thing that keeps me being a believer is that we are alive, and
We are alive, you said?
we are alive.
Right, yeah, that's thanks to your body, brain, heart, lungs, etc. That's biology. It has nothing to do with God.
Yeah, I feel like the what animates the body, what gives it motion, what lets you move your hands, what lets you think,
It's
is the spirit.
consciousness in the brain.
Yes, that consciousness in the brain, that consciousness is what I believe is the spirit.
Consciousness is
And
in the brain. What do you think a spirit
yes,
is? Because when you
the spirit.
pass away, your consciousness goes away. It doesn't leave your body, it goes away.
Well, I feel like your spirit is the energy that moves you, the energy that
No,
flows through your body and moves you.
right.
That's the
Your
spirit, the energy.
consciousness is in the brain, it's not in the arms. There's neurological
Mhm.
pathways and movements and chemical reactions that help you move. But
Yes,
consciousness is in the brain, period. End of
right.
story, no questions
But
asked.
the brain sends electrical signals to your hands to move them.
Right, not, but your consciousness is in the brain, and then there's an
Right.
electrical signal that moves
Yes.
things, not consciousness. The electrical
Right.
signal is what makes things happen. Your consciousness says,
Yes.
hey, we need this to happen. The consciousness
Yeah,
is
but
just
I
in
believe
the
that
brain. It's not in your
the energy
arms.
that
It's
moves
not
your
in your
body. That's what the
gut.
spirit
There's no chakra.
Well, that's well. I mean, that's another thing. Maybe we do have chakras.
What evidence do you have for that?
Well, like I said, the only evidence that I have is that we are alive, and with the only difference between a
Us
live
being
body.
alive is evidence
Hold
of
up, hold up, hold up,
biology, brother.
hold up. Like if you have somebody that's unalive, the body right there, and you have a person that is alive. The only difference is the unalive person doesn't have a spirit anymore. His spirit
No,
is
the
gone.
difference is that their brain activity is done and that their
That's the spirit.
heartbeat isn't beating. So you're just rewording consciousness as a spirit. So there's no
Yeah.
spirit. Spirit is something. Here, let's get the definition of a spirit together. You're just relabeling a natural thing as a supernatural phenomenon with zero fucking reason. The consciousness dies with the body, dude. Period. The difference
Well,
between
I feel
you
like
and a corpse is a fucking
I feel like
brainwave activity. That is the
right,
difference. Period.
right.
No
Okay, so
questions
right,
asked. That has nothing to do with the spirit. It has 100%
that
everything to
conscious
do with the brain.
that consciousness, I believe, is energy, energy that I would call it a spirit,
Right.
and
So
it's
spirit
energy.
is the
Hold on,
non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character, the soul. So according to literal definitions, the spirit is not a physical thing. So you redefining consciousness, which is in a physical thing called the brain, is just ridiculous. That's just
Well, I feel like
coping.
that energy that moves you, you can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it a spirit. You can call it a soul. You can
It's
call it. It doesn't
consciousness.
matter.
It's not a spirit and it's not
Okay,
a soul.
okay.
It's consciousness, period. We know that for a
That
fact.
consciousness that animates your body, that energy cannot be destroyed. So your spirit cannot be destroyed because I believe that your spirit is
No,
what
your
animates
consciousness
body.
goes away. The energy is going to transform into the ground.
Your body, from your body, yes.
And it
But not
transforms
from your
into
spirit.
atoms and particles. There is no spirit, dude. Your consciousness
You're
goes
right.
away. Your
The
consciousness
life,
ceases to exist.
right,
Consciousness is
right.
an electrical fucking neural pathway and neuron firing in the brain. Once those stop, that energy will go into the ground. The vibrations may go into the ground, but your spirit isn't gonna sit upright and fucking fly into heaven. That's not. You have no
No, it's
backing
not
for
gonna
this
go to
claim.
heaven. It's gonna go back to the source because
No.
everything goes back to the
Well,
source. Kind of like
sure,
it's
you
kind of
can
like
say it goes back to the
electricity.
earth,
How
but
electricity works.
that's not your soul.
It
It's
goes back to the
just
source.
leftover vibrations, leftover
Because if you
particles and
don't,
atoms. So you
because if you
think
don't
the
have a
spirit
spirit,
is an atom or a particle.
because if you don't have a spirit, then you're an NPC.
There is no spirit. You have consciousness.
If you don't have a spirit, you're an NPC. That means that you're just a body. You're just a body walking.
He's not listening, like, at all. That was painful. What gave me consciousness? My brain. Oh, man. How's it going, content? How's it going, content? Content, are you there? How's it going? Oh. How's it going, Pop Smoke?
Going good, going good.
Good stuff, man. You over the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, brother?
I don't. I believe aliens invented us all.
Earth is flat?
No, Earth's round. You can see that from satellites pictures.
Interesting.
There is evidence of that, at least.
Did we go to the moon?
Well, they say we did, but there's really no evidence of that, really.
So you don't believe in flat Earth, but you do believe in the faked NASA moon landing. Very intriguing. Okay. Chat, this one's up to you guys. I can sit here and we can try this out, or...
I mean, who says the Bible's real? You know, yeah, there was a Bible written, but that don't mean it's a nonfiction. You know, it don't mean it's necessarily fiction.
Let's go. All right, fuck it. We're doing this thing. Cool. What evidence do you have for your aliens coming down and creating us?
Well, there's ancient writings and stuff even before
Hieroglyphics.
Jesus. Yes, hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
That's showing the aliens are the ones that, you know, actually.
They're drawings,
you know, they,
of unknown things.
Yeah, just like that's the same way the Bible come up. They're just drawings.
Right, they're just drawings, period. But how do you
Okay.
link that to an alien?
How do you not? I mean,
Because
the
there's
drawing
no
shows.
fucking alien to put next to it to prove that it's a drawing of a fucking alien.
Well, yeah, they don't show no evidence, but who says there
Who's
isn't
they?
evidence? The government, the people. I
Which
mean,
part of the government are you telling me?
NASA.
Congress and their 80-year-old selves are hiding aliens from us, even though they've admitted with NASA that there is possibility of life on Mars. They have nothing to hide from us, and you think Congress is more worried about aliens than they do about children dying and starving in Gaza and people not having any snaps or food benefits. You think they're more interested in aliens. You think they're more interested in aliens than they are over there making their pockets deeper with taxes and for fucking over the poor. You think they're more
The
interested in
the government
aliens.
don't care about the poor and us, the taxes, the people.
Right, which is why I'm like, what in the fuck, dude? They don't give a shit about hiding some mass conspiracy theory. They care about making their pockets deeper and hiding Epstein's island list. They don't give a fuck about your aliens. You do. No one else does. How do I know this? Provide me evidence they do give a shit.
They don't. I mean, they don't give a
No,
shit.
I'm saying
That's-
provide me evidence that they give a shit about hiding fucking conspiracies from you. What
The
evidence
same
do
way
you
that-
have that the government is like, shh, don't let them know about the aliens? The fuck?
the same way they hide everything else from you.
Name something, dude. What?
Like
all the redacted freaking
like all the
witness statements.
yeah, all the witness statements and stuff like that. I mean,
Right, to keep his ass out of jail? That has nothing to do with an alien invasion.
well, nobody mentioned nothing about an alien invasion.
Right, that's my point. They don't give a fuck about faking alien conspiracies. They care about keeping their pockets deep and them out of jail. They don't care about your conspiracy. Like, you have no reason to believe this at all. Nada. This is just conspiracy theory.
Around the Darwin theory.
So everything's revolving around the Darwin theory.
Around the what? Darwin?
Yeah,
Evolution?
yeah.
Not everything revolves. I mean, that's how we came to be.
That's how we come to be.
And the aliens
Okay.
in the
Well,
Bible
well,
was
check
all
this
the
out.
Government controlling freaking.
So the Bible's nothing but a controlling conspiracy. Okay.
I mean, I
If-
don't even agree with that. As much as I think that it's 100% to control people, no. It's not just a conspiracy to mind control you. I mean, people find good things in the Bible. Like, they get peace and happiness. They have family and friends and meditation and purpose. Like, the government did not make the Bible. People made the Bible. Like,
Okay. Well, what's to prove that the Bible's fact? I mean, there is
don't
none.
believe in the Bible, but you linking with zero fucking evidence the Bible and aliens and the government and this and that. Like, how many tinfoil hats do you have in your room right now?
How did dinosaurs get on the Earth?
What in the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, if you can't believe in dinosaurs, I mean,
Dinosaurs are real. What are you talking about? We have
Okay,
massive
well, how
amounts
are
of
they-
fossils.
okay, well, giants are real. What about all the artifacts from aliens?
Not aliens that point to the fact that, you know, the person.
What
talk about
artifact from an alien? Name one.
So you never been to Area 51, have you?
Area 51 is a fucking government base that is testing new technology.
Exactly.
That's why they keep things a secret, so that Russia doesn't come bomb us because we made something that goes faster than the speed of light. It's secret so that you don't fucking die to your enemies. That's why it's a secret. And every 10, 15, 20 years, they release all of this information. Hence, e.g., the reasoning behind every 20 to 30 years, we get new technology like the Blackbird that came out. That was a big holy fuck moment when that shit came out. Why? Because the government kept that a secret from our enemies. That is why Area 51 is secret, so that we don't get fucking destroyed. It's to protect you. It's not to hide fucking aliens.
That you know of.
Provide me evidence to the contrary. What evidence I have is that they're making fucking technology. What evidence do you have that they have fucking aliens?
Where are they getting the technology from?
Fucking making it, like Tony Stark in a cave. They've
Tony
got
Stark.
scrap metal and they've got fucking technology and engineers making shit.
Tony Stark,
I mean, like,
the Iron Man. Hey, I knew I had to come on here and at least get a laugh out of you, man. Come on. Shit.
oh, you remind me of the old me. Oh. Oh.
No, we're digging everything you're saying, man. We love the way you're
I'm digging it all, man. I think it's funny as hell, dude.
You guys are
I just
fucking
had-
awesome.
I just had to come in here and get a laugh out of you, man. Still, you sitting there cussing at everybody and shit.
They're dumb.
Well, I mean, yeah, a lot of it's, it's true. That it's hard to come up with any proof that God is real or any of that. Because there is no
It's
evidence.
faith, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having faith, but I mean, what is there, to believe? I mean, everybody's got to have a little something to believe in, right?
Fuck. Oh. Man.
We got the man trying to catch
You got me crying, dude. All right, you guys have yourself a wonderful day, you alien-loving weirdos.
Hey, watch out for that 3-1 Atlas out there. That's some mothership.
You know what? I might accept the probing. It might be a good time. Don't knock it till you try it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
You
Just
guys
make sure
have-
you get a couple bottles of Vaseline laying around.
And whiskey. All right, you guys have a good one. Fuck. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. Damn it, they made me cry. Oh my goodness. Oh man, someone cut fucking onions. Who the fuck cut onions? Jesus. Oh. Using God's name in vain is a manifestation. Huh? You think me using a word is a demon popping up out of my fucking throat, making my voice box and tongue do things? No, I can't prove God doesn't exist. You blinking that way is a manifestation. Dude, get out of the country. Go see some other fucking parts of the world. God damn. We need to fix our fucking education in this country. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Oh man, what is going on? What's left, what's right, and what's up and what's down? Alright, tried it. I'll get you back in here. Deaf, don't question God or else things will happen because God said so. Exactly. Alright. How's it going? Tried it.
Hello.
Are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
I have class in like a few minutes, so I'm gonna try and go a little quickly.
Have at it.
But I believe in Christianity. I do believe in the Bible. I do believe in the works of Jesus Christ, and I do believe in both the Old Testament and the New Testament. You said that there's no evidence of God, and I just sorry, hold on. Sorry, I'm a
You're
little
good.
nervous.
Take your time. Take your time. You're fine. You're perfectly fine.
Okay, so basically, because I believe in the Bible and I've had my own like spiritual encounter with him, that's enough evidence for me. But before I even got into my relationship with Christ, I only believed it because my family believed it. And then I actually did research on it, and I realized that like although I have had a spiritual encounter, that isn't enough to prove that God is who he is. Like, especially for people who don't know him. Like, for me, I know about the Big Bang Theory, and that's what I really like base my like thing off of. Like, I'm sorry, you're really
I'm not laughing at you. I'm so sorry. I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not laughing at you. I'm still laughing at the
Okay.
last conversation. Keep going.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's a lot of people base the Big Bang Theory off of why God isn't real. I feel that even if there wasn't a God, I feel like we would have no morals. Like there would be no right from wrong. I feel like people, when they characterize what is good, what do they base it off of? Like, you know what I mean? Because all of our ideas of good are different. So who's to say whose idea of good is correct and who's to say whose idea of evil is wrong? Because I feel like, well, killing for one, I feel is wrong. But, you know, animals kill each other, people have to defend themselves, you know. It's different aspects to both good and evil that characterize like that that characterize them overall. Sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry, if you laugh, you're gonna make me laugh.
Don't do that, because
Um,
then I'll keep.
um,
God damn it, Ann.
but yeah. So basically, do you have like evidence as to why
Methamphetamines,
you
no.
feel that they're
I'm
huh?
sorry, continue.
I said, do you have like evidence like based off of like that you have that you feel that God isn't real?
So I don't necessarily believe there is no God. So I grew up as a Messianic Jew. My dad is a pastor. I was homeschooled in the church,
Mm-hmm.
and I preached my entire life up until 3 years ago. The reason I deconstructed was talking with atheists, learning that the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ is the one and only thing that matters about the Holy Book. I've got my Holy Book here.
Mm-hmm.
So I started studying it and the theology behind it and found out that there's literally zero evidence for it. So there's no reason for me to have faith in it. And that's why I started deconstructing. So atheist is just a lack of belief. I'm not saying that there
Mm-hmm.
is no God. Of course, I could never disprove that no God exists. That's fucking ridiculous, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's my perspective on life. If I tell you I can fly and you believe me, you are a dumbass. I should prove it first, right? So that's how I feel about
Mm-hmm.
all things. If someone tells me that they have good handwriting, I don't fucking trust them until I see the handwriting. I need evidence for every single thing that I believe. I need evidence for it. So that's
Mm-hmm.
why I don't accept a belief in God, because there's no empirical data for it, of course, which would be impossible to have empirical data for a supernatural being, right? So
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Bible, I know we'll have to prove that the actual Bible has some relevance and like leverage like later on. But people, I don't want to say people watched him rise out of the tomb, but there was evidence within the tomb that showcased that he in fact um was not removed but left. So in the Bible it says it was rolled away by I believe angels, and then he was seen once again by Mary Magdalene and someone else as well. And
can I ask you?
for yeah, go ahead.
This is a genuine question. This is not me trying to be an asshole. Have you read the
Yeah,
Bible
go ahead.
front to back?
No,
Have you
I've been
read the
working on that
Gospels?
actually. Yeah, I have
Have
read
you
the
read all
Gospels.
4
And
of
I'm
them?
actually in the Mark, Luke, and John. Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Yeah,
I
Matthew, Mark,
haven't
Luke, and
read.
John.
I've read up to Matthew as of right now. I've been more focused on Revelation
Okay.
because that too also proved to me that there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now.
Ignore
But
chat.
I feel like the revelations that's what's happening in like things that are happening within Revelation are happening like right now. Like that's what I feel. And then for when Jesus rose up out of his tomb, I feel that the actual what happened, I feel like I personally cannot prove, but I do feel like what happened afterward I can prove. Like him going down to Hades and retrieving the keys of life. Like that, I feel that just based off, I just feel God's mercy. Like once you understand, all right, so I'm rambling. Hold on. Let me lock in. Hold on.
Lock
Let
it
me
in, girl.
lock in because
Lock it in, girl.
I'm listening to myself and I don't even, yeah,
You're
what I'm
perfectly
saying don't
fine.
even make sense. But
It's all good. It's just
basically,
because I'm pretty.
sorry.
I'm so sorry
No, you
about
have a
that.
good jawline though, seriously. But yeah. So I feel like God's law, like the way that is set in place, it showcases like what is the blueprint and what would make sense. Like, and I'm not talking about the Old Testament, because in the New Testament, Jesus edited it because people were
How fun of a word is
abusing
that?
it. Like,
Edited it. Edited it. It's almost like you're going edited. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
but yes,
I'm so sorry.
Jesus, he had to go back and explain what God meant with himself. I feel like Jesus, was God in human form. So he had to go back because the people were abusing it and using it to oppress others.
Yep.
I'm not going, that's definitely showed now on earth, even, too much stuff going on. But yeah, so he had to go back and he had to tell everybody that this doesn't go for these don't just go for one person, and that some of you guys were like taking it out of context. Like, oh man, let me go get my Bible.
I'm gonna warn you. On a daily basis,
I have the King James
I read
version.
my Bible in Hebrew and Greek. Do I speak or read Hebrew and Greek? No, but I concordance
No.
it on a daily basis.
Of course.
Okay.
All right, so I do believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ, mainly because of the prophecies that he made in Revelation and how it corresponds with today. So that's my proof, the Revelation. And then
Wait.
also, if people, sorry, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna do what's called a steel man. I'm going to repeat back to you what I just heard. Did you just say
Yeah, go
your
ahead.
evidence for Jesus Christ physically resurrecting from the dead is due to what is going on
No.
today?
Oh, I did say that, but that's not what I meant.
Okay.
I meant that my evidence for that God is real is for the sequence of what happened in Revelations happening today, and because God's law, like his commandments and the commandments that Jesus highlighted that the Lord deems as, bad, if we all followed it, because these are in the context of, this isn't just one person follow it and nobody don't, and somebody else does something different. If we all followed it, we would literally have a perfect society. Like, nobody would get hurt. Nobody would, obviously people will still be tempted because,
How long have you been a Christian?
so I'm 18, so I've technically been a Christian my whole life, but I haven't been devoted
When did
until
you start
I
reading
was
the Bible?
probably like 3 years ago.
Okay, so pretty fresh. Okay. Here's the thing. I can counter all of these points, but here's what I'm gonna say about the Revelation thing. The Quran has the exact same things. Does that mean that the Quran is true and you're worshiping the wrong God?
So the Quran was made years after Jesus died. So I feel like the Bible was made first and the Quran came second.
It was.
I don't want to bash any other people's religion because, I don't feel that I have the authority to do that. But I feel
You
that
do have the authority to do
even
that. Their religion is fucking dumb.
see, I
Their
don't like
prophet
saying that
raped a
about people.
6-year-old. Fuck them and fuck their feelings. I don't give a shit about their feelings.
For them, I feel that their book came years after Jesus, and I feel that they even say that Jesus is back was a prophet. However, Muhammad was not around when Jesus was around. So what the people who witnessed Jesus do, the people who witnessed his sermons and how he taught people and how he acted towards others, he did not witness that.
Well,
So
here, I'm gonna
and I
pause you again.
also, yeah, go ahead.
95% of the things Jesus did has been done by earlier religions as well. Like, the Greek god Dionysus, right?
No. You can explain it to me though.
Yeah, Dionysus also turned water into wine and also resurrected. And then there were also other gods that were born of a virgin and died, resurrected, walked on water. The Epic of Gilgamesh talks about a global flood. Hinduism is the oldest religion in the world. And then also at the time of Jesus, there was another church called the Church of Seraphim Christus. And people couldn't tell the difference between Christians and Christians. So their gods, the Roman gods, were also like, it's Jesus Christ. The story of Jesus Christ is basically a copy and paste of Norse, pagan, Roman, and mythological gods from all of history. So if you want to believe it, sure.
Okay.
But there's no contemporary witnesses saying that's true. So it's the equivalent of believing in Zeus.
So I do want to say that Jesus's story is in the New Testament, and before that there was the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, these Greek gods and these Greek deities were being worshipped by people who abandoned the true God. So God himself was speaking in the ear of Moses. You know, he went up to the top of I forgot what that mountain was, and he spoke to him himself. So,
Yeah, why should
and
I
he said
believe
while he
that?
was up there, they quickly started worshiping the daggone golden piglet. Like,
Well, amen,
sorry.
sister. It's fucking pretty. It's gold. I'm kidding. Here's the thing.
Right,
Why
but
should we believe that story is true? There's no evidence that Moses existed.
I feel like if they found chariots at the bottom of
I'm sorry,
the
girl, it's
what's the
been
name?
debunked.
Oh, it's been debunked. How has it been debunked?
Yeah, it's just regular pieces of wood and whatnot that looked like pieces of what could have been a chariot. Like the salt pillars that they found for Sodom and Gomorrah. That area just has a bunch of fucking salt pillars because of the natural formation of salt and rock. And one of the salt pillars happened to have some slight curve to look like a girl. Like all of these things are like global flood. There's zero sedimentary rock layer for there to have been a global flood. On top of that, the timeline of the Bible showcasing the global flood, China was farming during that time. That's kind of impossible to do when you're dead.
Okay, I understand that, but a lot of people. So wait, sorry, repeat that again. Sorry,
And then also they supposedly found Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat. Fun fact: the archaeologists proved that it was just rocks.
Well, that's not really my strong suit. Like, I want to find someone for you. Like, I know people who have like more like.
Honey, I'm a pastor's son. I went to seminary. I dropped out, but I went
No,
to
no,
seminary.
no, not you. No, I'm saying like I'm talking about from my point of view because I don't want to say I can't prove it. I probably could if I did more research, but the Old Testament isn't really my strong suit. The New Testament is. I feel like everything goes in like order. I feel so. The revelations that's happening, mind you, this stuff. I don't even. I gotta check again, but this stuff hasn't. Who can predict that like the rivers are going to turn red and that?
Me.
Okay. Okay.
So we know why the river turned red. It was because of algae and fungus and mushrooms. It was just natural. The sun was hitting onto the water and the algae and the chemical reaction released.
And then the moon rusting.
What?
Like the moon slowly turning red.
Yeah, that happens 4 times a year. Or more.
What? You serious?
Yeah, that's a normal occurrence.
The moon rusting?
No, a blood moon? How often does a blood moon happen? We have Okay, we have
The
two
blood
to
moon.
three blood moons a year. 2 to 3 blood moons a year. So that's not
No,
something
no,
that's
no,
like
no, 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 no. The moon. No, that's like the lunar eclipse thing. No,
yeah.
I'm talking about the moon actually resting itself.
Well, it's got rocks on it and oxidizing minerals. So first of all, let's
Right, but
look up and see
this
if that's
is
even true.
before. But right, that's what I'm saying. We know now that it's because of oxidization, and because of the iron minerals forming what hayamite. Sorry, I forgot how to say it. But we
Yeah, I know
didn't
you're right.
have that type of technology before, while the Bible was being written. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
So how could
the
I
Bible
believe
doesn't
that
say it rusted. It said it would
not
turn red,
red.
which we have
That's what I'm saying.
3 blood moons every year where the moon turns red. So yeah, that's not a shock to
No,
prophecy.
okay. No, I'm not saying.
That's the
Okay,
equivalent of me
listen
looking
to
at the
what I'm. No,
sky
no, 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 no.
and then saying
I'm
it's
not
gonna
talking
rain
about
tomorrow.
blood moons. I'm not talking about blood moons because blood moons are just it turning red for a second.
No.
The not you know what I'm talking about. But the rusting, I'm saying it's slow. Like, all right, hold on. Okay, let me backtrack a little bit because I don't think this is getting anywhere. But if I could go back to Revelations,
You mean forward? But
that was that was corny.
that was very
But
corny. I love corn.
if
I
I could
don't
go,
actually hate corn. You can't digest it.
that was another joke, wasn't it?
No, I hate corn because you can't digest it.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
cornist.
Oh, okay. But
Welcome to my channel.
no, you're cool. Like I like when I speak when I'm talking to somebody and I can actually learn from them. Like I'm learning from you right now. Like
Oh, don't do
the
that.
more you speak,
I'm a dumbass.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, somebody who's dumb wouldn't question whether or not there's a God. So
Amen, sister. Gas me up. Stroke that ego.
oh, okay. But if if I look at okay, so let me backtrack. So if I look at the commandments, I feel that with it we will have a perfect world, for one. 2, I feel that the Lord going down to retrieve the keys of life for us showcases not only God's mercy, but it showcases that that there is now some balance between quote unquote good and evil. So you know what I mean? Like,
So I'm gonna attack one of those points.
go ahead.
Morals.
Go ahead.
Do you know the definition of objective?
Yeah. So
Okay,
it's like based off.
subjective.
Yeah.
Okay. So subjective changes based on feelings, opinions, and tastes. Objective does not change
Mhm.
based on observation, right?
Mhm.
Does the Bible say that we have objective moral standards?
Which is that's the ones that don't change, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do I subjectively disagree with him?
Because he gave us free will.
No, but objective, regardless of observation, means it does not change. So that the Bible
Right.
is full
I'm
of these
saying
things
okay, wait,
called
wait, 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 wait.
contradictions, and that's
No,
one of
he
them.
put wait. Oh, okay. So so he put a standard in place that should be objective. And that's what he teaches us. This should be objective. However, because he has given us free will, we have made it subjective. So we deem whether or not it's good or not. And then if we're tempted with the thoughts, well, I feel
Sweetie,
that when we're
objective
tempted
can't
with thoughts
change.
of if I set something in place that is objective.
It cannot.
Some people say that Trump is a good president. Other people say that he is not.
That's
I do
both
not believe he is a
subjective.
good president. No, okay. I'm talking in the likeness of God, like someone who's omnipotent, someone who has power over all of us. Not only that, who has jurisdiction over all of us. If my father put something in place that should not be objective, that should be objective. However, in my own will, I think of it subjectively.
No.
That's
So
on
2
me.
plus 2 is 4 is an objective axiom that I can showcase to you. 2 things next to
All right,
2
go ahead.
things is 4 things. Period. If you think it's 5, you thought wrong. So objective does not change. And for something to be objective, it has to have something called an axiom attributed to it. It has to be based on axiomatic principles. Like axioms are these self-evident truths that don't require testing to be known as true. So like 2 plus 2 without words, 2 things next to 2 things is 4 things. That's axiomatic. It's just natural of law. It's obvious. It's self-evident truth. So that's objective.
What do you think? Okay, so what do you feel is objective within our world right now?
Not much.
Exactly. But
Right.
why is that? Because people have subjective mindsets.
Right.
People dictate whether or not things that should be objective
Well, if it was objective,
should stand.
our opinions wouldn't change it, is the thing. And Jeffrey
Right, but that's
Dahmer
what I'm
and
s-
me disagree.
right. That's what okay. I don't think you understand
By
what I'm
literal
saying.
definition,
There are
morals
things.
are
Okay,
subjective.
there are morals.
Yeah.
I firstly feel like are not objective, and I believe that because I have a God. I serve a God that gave an objective blueprint that should not be thought about. Not even thought about. It should not be dictated whether or not it's good, because it is good. That's what I'm saying. You can't. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think you can even you can't compare what we know now to like how we're thinking now doesn't dictate to how we should be thinking about the Bible, because the God wrote this before God had this planned out before we were even beings. So imagine teaching this
So then you have no free will.
Yes, you do have free will, because how can he give an objective blueprint, but he allows you to still think subjectively? That's the definition of free will.
Does he
He's
already know
giving
what
you
you're
the
gonna do?
option, even though he knows and is teaching you this is correct. However, I'm not going to make you a slave to me. So I'm going to allow you to still choose whether it's good or evil. But I'm telling you, as the man who created you, the man who knows the past, present, and the future, that this is in fact true. And then, not even top it all off, before we even came to earth, there was the Garden of Eden. He made it so that everything was perfect for us, for one.
And then he purposefully put a do not touch this weapon in the middle of it.
Exactly. So why would you touch,
Knowing they
if your
would touch
mother
it.
tells you do not touch the stove and you still put your hand on the stove, is that your
Think
mother's
of it
fault or your
this
fault?
way. Think of it this way.
All right,
I
go
have
ahead.
a pistol and I put it next to my kids and I say don't touch it. Whose fault is it for them touching it?
The kid's fault. What the heck?
That's my fault for putting a
You
loaded
as
weapon
the
in front of my
authority
kids.
figure, you as the authority figure have already set it in stone for them to not touch the gun.
That would be the
Them
parents'
as your
fault for
children,
putting it there.
knowing that you are the authority figure, you provide them safety, you provide them understanding. They should know not to touch the daggone gun. And then you can't even say that, because the tree was, they were away from the tree. Adam and Eve were walking through the garden. So he didn't place it right in front of them.
Thank you.
However, he gave us the choice. He still, even knowing that, which, shoot, if I was God, I would not have given y'all the choice, because you still made the bad one.
Well, as
You
a
chose to
good
listen.
father, I don't put loaded weapons in front of my kids and hope they make the right choice. I just don't give them the opportunity. Especially if I know that they're going to pick it up and look down the barrel and pull the trigger, then I'm definitely not going to put it there.
Well, the more you look back, well, when we look back on it as us, so if you're, okay, actually, let me put it this way. So this is actually going to sound really brutal, but if your child picks up the gun and accidentally hurts themselves with it, the rest of your children, what are they going to now understand?
Well, that's the parents' fault for leaving it there.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. What are your children later on, or your second or third children, going to now understand after seeing what the consequence of your child flipping out?
That's not something we should
To
allow
not
in the
touch that
first
gun,
place.
right? To
What we
listen
should
to
do
you
as
in the first
parent
place.
is hide it and lock it up.
Okay, hiding it and locking it up, they still have the choice whether or not to still
No, they don't.
go and find where you locked it up.
They can't open up that vault. So here's the thing. God
Okay,
said,
I
here's
don't.
this thing, don't touch it, because if you do touch it, you're going to learn right from wrong, which that gives us an analysis that they don't know right from wrong. They don't even know what it means to disobey. They don't have that knowledge.
No, he did not say that. Okay, let me tell you like this. He did not say that. He
You're
said
right, he lied.
you
He
will
said,
have
of
to
the
make
day
the
you eat of
difference.
it, you will surely die.
Okay. There are different translations, and I will have to look more in depth to that. But he said, "This is the tree of
Good and evil.
good and evil." When we ate from that tree, we now had to make the decision of what is good and evil instead of leaving it up to
So
the Lord to
after
decide.
we ate it, God said,
After we
then
ate
you
it,
become like us, knowing right from wrong. So we didn't have understanding of disobedience and obedience before that.
if you didn't have understanding of disobedience and obedience before that, then why was disobedience a factor? Like, if you have no understanding of neither, why was one picked? Like, I don't understand.
Well, that's
And they did, in
God's
fact,
fault.
understand good. Wait, hold on. They did, in fact, understand the difference between good, being obedient and being disobedient. Because Adam, when God told him to name the animals, he named them. When God told
That has
them,
nothing.
when God told Adam that Eve was his helpmate,
Well,
he
God
spoke to
didn't
her.
immediate name them all. It took him time, but like that's not obedience versus disobedience.
That is obedience. If
Like he
God
didn't
told him, if God told him to name the animals and he named them, was he not being obedient?
by default,
If he, and then
yes.
when he said, exactly.
But
So Eve come,
that's
and
not
then when
a
Eve came and he
obedience
told her that was
versus
his helpmate,
disobedience.
and then he clung to her.
So that's
When
using
they
the
then
same
he
argument
told
that
them,
when
then
God
he didn't even
told them
tell
to
them.
not
He
eat of the fruit.
told Adam. Oh, sorry, you're speaking.
So
Say that again.
God put a tree right in front of them. Do not eat of this. The day you will eat of it, you will surely die. The
Exactly.
serpent said, that's a lie. You won't surely die, but instead you'll know right from wrong. They ate it. And then right after, God agreed with the serpent, saying they have become like us, knowing right from wrong. And they didn't die, so God lied.
He did not lie.
Oh, we lost your audio. Did you want to
Hello?
try and do this call again on another day?
How did you lose my audio and I can
There it
see
is.
when I speak?
That was weird.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. So how they actually did surely die. Like they were their
You're trying to say their
future
spirit
now
died.
was to be, no, not their spirit. their future was now altered. Now they will undergo hardship, and now they will
Well,
have
so
the
the words
ability
used in
to
Hebrew were
to
of the day that you eat of it is the day that you will die. That's what the Hebrew says.
right, and
And
the
they didn't
day
die
that
that
they
day.
ate of it, the day that they ate of it, they received the consequences of their actions and were cast down, and they were allowed to experience hardship.
But did they die?
I don't think you're understand what I'm talking about.
Well, the
Let me go to
Hebrew
the
words
scripture
are,
myself. Oh, you're reading Hebrew.
it says,
Wait,
in
I
the
have the
day that you
Hebrew
eat of it, you
translation
will
right now.
die.
Can you tell me where that is in the scripture, please?
Yeah, Genesis 1.
Thank you. All right, I gotta hurry up because I'm going to be late. But Genesis 1. Was mentioned everything. Dang, you type fast. Hold on. Sorry, I can't hear it in the background.
Looking at Genesis 2:17.
Okay, so it's not in 1, but in 17.
Milo. Tequila.
Okay, so, okay, now I see where you're at. So, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou shalt eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. Okay, I think this connects back to remember when Jesus was on the cross and he had the sins of his people, and he
Girly.
was truly he
Girly,
was
that's such a
detached.
stretch.
No. I'm just giving a thing. So when he said that they shall surely die, it's him saying that they're going to be apart from him now.
I mean, you can interpret it that way, but that's not what it says.
Okay.
Like that, there's 40,000 denominations of Christianity because there's so many contradictions in the Bible. They have to reinterpret it over and over and over 40,000 times to be precise to make it make sense.
Okay. Let me go get an IV.
Genesis 2:17. I've got my NIV here. Okay. Genesis 2:17 NIV, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat of it you will surely die.
Yeah, it's based off how you interpret it, because
Right,
that
but the
to me is him
words,
being to be removed, like removed from God's presence,
so was
like
it
how
literal when it said God created the heavens and the earth?
yeah, because we have to look at the not the evidence. We have to look at the sequences that happened after it,
Well, I
because
know
the
one
heavens and the earth
sequence is
were
that the
created.
plants were made before the sun, which is literally impossible since plants need photosynthesis, which is from the sun.
But we serve a God that is capable of anything.
That's what the
So
book says, yep.
exactly,
The book
that's
also
where
says
my
that
basis
Spider-Man
comes
can
from.
climb walls.
There is no Spider-Man in this book.
Well, I'm saying the comic book for Spider-Man also says the truth about Spider-Man is he can
Right,
climb
but that is
walls.
not a spiritual book. That is a comic book made for the entertainment of people.
Well, my point is the book says bippity boppity boop, and then
Right, but
science
the
shows
book,
us that that's not true.
well, science points to the Big Bang Theory, and the Big Bang
With
Theory,
evidence.
but science also has contradictions in it as well. But I don't
It's
feel like my
self-correcting
book
though.
has contradictions because energy cannot be created or destroyed. But they say that energy was condensed into create immense heat to create the Big Bang. So how could have energy been there in the first place if it cannot be created or destroyed?
Right, by
So
always
doesn't make
existing.
sense to me.
The universe is necessary and eternal.
If it's always existing, so you're saying it has no beginning, it has no end.
Yeah.
So how can something that's always been existing have no beginning?
Right. So use that same question and logic for your God.
Because he is omnipotent. He is
That's a claim, yes.
he is
What evidence do
over.
you have that he even exists?
He is outside of time.
That's impossible. So space-time,
It's not
if
impossible
anything
with a God
outside
that
of
makes things
space-time
possible.
cannot literally interact with space-time. So he's breaking his own laws of reality by doing
So he has no laws of reality. He is God. Like
that. That's the claim.
he literally says he has no beginning, he has no end.
That is the
So
claim.
he's always been there.
What evidence shows us is energy cannot be created, and we have no
But
evidence
God
that
is
it
not
ever was
is not
created.
energy. He is a spirit.
That's the claim, but there's no evidence to show that. But the evidence does
His
show.
evidence is in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
So this is
The birth
called
of Jesus
circular
Christ.
reasoning. If that's
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
equivalent of me reading Harry Potter and saying Hogwarts exists because the book says so.
We are too much we are such complex beings that there's no way that energy, which supposedly cannot be created or destroyed, was just here with no beginning or no end, combusted and made us, solar systems, planets. Like we're conscious. Like that
We
doesn't
are
even.
literally
How can
stardust. All the natural things that were needed for humans is out in space right now.
right? But the way they said that came together doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, not rocket science doesn't make sense to me, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Like just because something doesn't make
I
sense because
just
we haven't
explained
studied
how
it
they
doesn't
say
mean
that
that it's not
stardust
true.
and everything else came together, which is through the Big Bang Theory. But the Big
Gravity,
Bang
yeah,
Theory also says
natural.
that energy was. Well, you're saying that. Well, I'm thinking. Well, you saying that energy was just here, but
There's no evidence
was
otherwise.
quantum inflation before or after the Big Bang Theory?
So the Big Bang Theory is that everything was in a hot dense state and then it inflated into an expansion like a balloon.
Oh, okay, so that was before. That was before the cosmic inflation. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't have any more time.
No, you're perfect.
I loved this conversation. Like your comebacks are really good. And sorry, I'm gathering my stuff for my class. But yeah, I wish I had more what's the name to tell you, but your thing is that my logic is based off the Bible. Your logic is based off what we see in each other, but you feel that that you're claiming your theory has what did you say again? It has contradictions in it that has been proven. But I don't see where the contradictions were proven within your theory. So that's it. That's it. That's all I got. Yeah. I still don't understand how energy can just be there if it can't be created or destroyed.
Yeah, that just means
Because
it's
if it
always
can just
existed.
be there, then how could if it could just be there, then it has to be created. And if it can't be created, it couldn't have just been there.
Same logic through
So
God.
no, because he says he has no beginning and no end.
A book says that.
Energy has proven itself that it cannot be created or destroyed or to be destroyed.
Energy has proven that
And
it cannot be
God
created.
has proven,
A book says
God has
cannot be
proven. Say that again.
Energy cannot
Say
be
that again.
created. A book says God cannot be created. So one has evidence and one doesn't.
The Bible, the Old Testament was confirmed by the New Testament. Sorry, I'm walking outside. So for the New Testament, so that's how. Sorry, it's cold out here. So that's how those two correlate and respond, and that's how there's evidence. The evidence that you just said that energy can, what's the name, is through science and whatnot, still contradicts itself, because I'm gonna say it again. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, how was it there in the first place?
Probably always
If
existed.
it wasn't, if it had always existed, if something, for something to exist with time, because God existed in the absence of time.
Energy exists in absence of time.
How?
It
How if there
existed
was
in
a
the hot
sequence of
dense
events
state. That
for
space-time
it to,
began with the expansion of the universe.
right, and that expansion happened with the combustion of energy apparently.
Right, so energy existed before
Right.
space-time.
So how could there be a
So
sequence of
the
events
closest thing we have to
with no
God is
time?
energy. The only thing we know for a fact that existed before space-time, energy. The only thing we know for a fact made the universe, energy. I mean, the closest thing you have to a God is energy.
I understand that, but if energy existed before time, how could there have been a sequence of events
Because space-time
without
expanded with
there being
inflation.
time? Right, but
The cause
inflation
was the hot
just
dense state. The effect is the expansion.
didn't happen out of nothing. Right, and the state becoming hot and dense did not happen without a sequence of events.
The sequence of events was a hot dense state that inflated. Like,
For something to become hot and dense,
well,
it needs to.
time is in within. We could suppose was within there, but I mean, the true answer for where did the universe come from is I don't know, but there's no evidence showcasing a God making the universe.
Okay, I'm at my class now.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine.
It
I
was
appreciate you
this
being here.
conversation was amazing. What's the name? Are you gonna be back here tomorrow? Because I'm gonna do some more
Yes,
research
ma'am.
and maybe come back.
I
That's
live on here.
okay. All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Yeah, I corrected myself, Bestone. Try to pay attention and keep up. All right, guys, I'm gonna run to the restroom. That was a long one. That was the nicest I've like ever been. So, yeah, Bestone. We know that energy cannot be created. So, with that logic, energy wasn't created. So energy was there. Do I know all the details of how everything happened? No. But what I do know is there's no evidence that God made energy. So I'll be right back, guys. Get some coffee as well. Let's get back to it. I think I let that last one go on a little bit too long. That was definitely my fault. We'll be a little bit quicker. No, this is a pot of coffee. I wish I had a Keurig. I should get one. Oh, she'll definitely come back. The problem was being so stuck in the circular reasoning. I do like French press. What I like more than French press is a pour over. And you know what I like more than that? That for energy. Kidding, never done that. Fibonacci, thank you for the heart me. Nah. The hardship is the nicer I am to people, the more people lose interest. So like I let her rant and we're at 40 people. We were at 90 people when she joined the call. 80 or 90. We had 80 or 90 people when she joined the call. That is rough. This last lady, Kate. You just get here, Kate? How dare you? Late as usual. She did get repetitive. Yeah. The issue is when I don't let people rant, I get yelled at for cutting them off and being an asshole. And then when I do let people rant, people walk away because they're bored shitless. You had to go in the store. You have headphones. Doesn't mean you have to stop listening to me. God. Jesus. Next thing you know, you're going to say you have to go to your job, which means you have to get off. Dude, you are wasting your life. Awesome. You're wasting your life talking to me. Fuck off. I don't have headphones. I don't believe you. Provide the evidence. Wait, that's a negative. You can't. Yeah, I typically like just get into the points. They don't fit your ear? Yeah, aren't you like 3'2" or something tiny like that? Yo, what's up, Tired Eyes? I see you there. Good morning. It's almost afternoon, but good morning, sleepyhead. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hobbitses. Don't any of the Christians in here even want to attempt to give evidence for God? No, they don't, because they're going to get fucking demolished. The closest science can have a progressive discussion with religion is through philosophy. That's, yeah. But philosophical concepts are not truths based in reality. One time he ripped apart 45 children with 2 bears for speaking the truth. That is factual. It's in Second Kings. I had a lot of wedding catering stuff this weekend, so I wasn't on. How dare you? Quit. If that's somebody you want to worship, speaks about your morality, not mine. Facts. It is a crazy story. Let me tell you guys exactly which story it's in. That is in 2 Kings 2, 23 through 25. 2 Kings 2, 23, 25. The problem is in trying to prove God. Christians also assume people just accept God exists. Yeah. I mean, I did. It's the use of identifying logical fallacies that has the closest chance of swaying religious thought. Only see unicorns in deluded land. Yeah. It's like a unicorn. It is like a unicorn. That's why I compare God to a unicorn all the time. Does it hurt your feelings? Cool. I forgot the part where I asked. Christians also assume they're God of the thousand. That exists the right one. Exactly. They can't wrap their head around someone not believing they're God. Yeah, I mean, I was the same way. I can't blame them. It's just, that's what indoctrination does to you. I'm pretty sure Kate is going to be an atheist in the next year. God, we need to get you in the box, Kate. We need to actually have a good back and forth argument. And I can be as nice to you as I was for that last girl. We should start doing more than one person at a time. Why? Why would I have 2 or 3 people up here talking over each other? That is a horrible idea. This live makes your faith stronger. I don't believe that one little bit. Like, at all. I don't believe that one bit. First of all, Kate, how many streamers do you watch? Right. So I'm the only streamer you watch, correct? Wait a damn second. This live makes my faith stronger. Good play on words, you. That was smooth. That was smooth. She said faith. I can't fucking fight her. She won. Multiple guests, I think, would only work with Cody if he had his co-hosts. Yeah. My mom recently asked my sister if she still believes in God. Her answer was, I'm a doctor, so no. Already did it, so leave me alone. Hitting people with facts to contradict their beliefs can cause them to retreat more into faith. That is true. Cognitive dissonance. One day, Kate's cognitive dissonance will wear off. And then she'll come up here and chat. You're sweet as sugar? Nah. I'm about sweet as pineapple. Sometimes sweet, most of the time making you pucker from how sour it is. I feel like that's mean to say. Nah, Cody 2025. I don't know if I can trust a doctor who's earnestly atheist. I mean, faith has nothing to do with if you're good at pulling body parts apart. You have a husband, right? Me? God, I wish. Thought I saw him in the live one day. Interesting. Oh, is he talking about my ex? There's a reason most doctors are not MAGA. That's true too. What 12-year-old comeback? Yeah, I'm with her right now. Cool, I'm with your mom. the 3 at most. You guys are going at it. Crazy and Kate, are you two going back and forth at each other right now? What am I missing? I'm missing a lot of context here. What are you two fighting about? Is he aware that you are rubber and he's glue? Facts, bro. Energy. Oh. Kate has been up one time ever. She has been up once before, and we allowed her to like explain a little bit of her thoughts. The conclusion is just absolute. We accept that it is 100% faith. In Kate, we trust. Kate is the official religion of Evidence First. Kate is the closest thing to God that we will ever have. Catfight, lol. What kind of a haircut should I get this week, guys? Because I need to get my hair cut. I don't think I've ever shown any of you guys what my hair usually looks like. Here, I'm going to send a photo in Discord. I'm going to send a photo in Discord of how I usually keep my hair. This is going to make absolutely no fucking sense to the people that are not watching right now. All right. Let's find this. This is usually how I have my hair. Poof. Mohawk? Alyssa, that's just rude. Can I show it here? Let's see if... Is this backwards? Yeah, this is vertical. Let me flip the camera orientation. That's you? Yeah, it's me. There's no way that's you. There's not a lot of gel in that. Like this is my hair without any product. It just naturally does this little curl right here. So that wasn't any gel. Yeah, I'll show you guys a couple different ones. That's a hairstyle. Here's a hairstyle. Here's a hairstyle. Let's test those two. Those are two hairstyles I've done. Yeah, this is the longest my hair ever gets. Like, this is disgustingly annoying for me. I really fucking hate my hair being this long. Yeah, I didn't believe I was that tall. I am 6'4". No, my hair stops growing like right here, where almost where it's at right now is like where it really slows down. You look so young. I'm 25, bro. Just because I haven't shaved in a couple of days, damn. Yeah, the yellow photo was a few years ago. That was a few years ago. The first photo was from last year. And the one at the computer is from last year. I don't think I have. Why am I showing you guys photos? I'm right here. I'm fucking live. I was just showcasing my fucking hair, you weirdos. Or can I see the pics? Ann, do you have Discord? Haley helped make a Discord. So there's a Discord. That's where I'm posting it. It's also where I say I'm going live. Yeah, I'm 25. I had what in a photo? Frosted tips? Yes, I had frosted tips. My first wife was a hairstylist, so I had a lot of crazy hairstyles. No. No, Alyssa. Are you doing a Sugar Ray cosplay? No clue who that is. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Why is Kate targeting me? Kate's sassy as shit, dude. Even when I talk to her, she's sassy. We don't fuck with Kate. It's like fucking with God. You know, that makes a lot of sense. What makes a lot of sense? You trying to fight, Alyssa? You trying to fucking fight? You want to go, bro? You want to go? Is that what I'm hearing? She won't leave me alone. Jesus, dude. Guys, we're on the same fucking team. Yeah, I have to pull teeth to get you to comment. Yeah, this camera's lighting is horrible too. That doesn't help. No, it doesn't. Ah, it's broken. Then move on. God damn, Kate. Fucking feisty. However, I've seen Crazy Catwoman before. I thought she was on the good side. Yeah, Crazy Cat is a follower. She's here with us. She's on our side. I don't know why the fuck you two are fighting. I think Crazy, I think you were fucking around and Kate's just serious. She's just shit like goose. Sometimes we wake up on the wrong side of the bed. That's okay. You need a hug, girl. Free hugs. All of you and your 3 feet of height. Ah, 5'4" is tiny as shit. God damn. 5'4". I think you come up to... You don't even come up to my chest. 5'4". Do I have anything that's a foot long? I'd use my shoes, but I wear a size 13, so that doesn't fucking work. Yeah, you guys are all tiny. So yeah, 5'4" is. I think he came up to my chest. Five four is the average height of American women. Probably crying in 5'1". God damn! Fuck! I thought Lord of the Rings was a myth. I didn't think hobbits actually existed. Where are you from? America. I'm in the good old Midwest. Worst fucking place you could live. Live in America. It's the greatest country. Make it great. 5'8" is the tallest in the way. Excuse you? Can't you tell from the accent? What do you mean accent? What accent do I have, Alyssa? You kind of have an accent? What accent? An American accent? You're all full of shit. That's all I hear. How did I guess you were from the Midwest? Because you're fucking crazy. To the no accent accent. You're a fucking, you're a Pisces. Crazy ass. Oh shit. Guess we're just hanging out today. That last girl kind of killed the entire fucking live. Not gonna lie. Well, since we're just hanging out, I'm gonna go on ahead and go fucking put on a different sweater. I'm getting sick of looking at this one. Or do a restart? Yeah, we could probably restart. Put on a cardigan is what we're gonna do. I love my cardigans. I absolutely love cardigans. Restart? Is everyone voting on a restart? All right. Ah, fucking sleeve. Okie dokie. Restart it is. You guys just want to watch me fucking suffer. Thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Love you all. Fuck me. Cool. Do 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 da da la 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 la. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I totally forgot that I had the YouTube stream up, and my YouTube chat has been going crazy as well, and I haven't been reading it off. Oops. That's hilarious. I'm so sorry, guys. I was not paying attention to YouTube at all. That is 1000% my bad. That's my bad. Oh, man. These are some new names I'm going to have to get used to. What? Who dis? Who dis? Okay. How many of you in TikTok are on YouTube right now? Or is this an entirely new people I'm gonna have to get used to? All right, fuck it. Let's get into some arguments. I didn't know you had a YouTube. Yes, same exact name. Okay. Gonna have to keep YouTube. How the fuck am I supposed to keep that open? There we go. You're subscribed on YouTube? When did you find my YouTube, Alyssa? That's wild. Okay. I think we're good. If I minimize that and then move this. All right, now I've got the YouTube through your page. Duh. Yeah, my bad. Duh. Just duh. I should have known that. Fucking sassy ass. Well, I found all your shit just by typing in your name. I find you from TikTok. Oh, cool. Cool. How long have you been following the TikTok? The YouTube, obviously, as you can see, is a lot smaller, and I put a lot more effort into TikTok. I'm femoy. Huh? Famous. I mean, yeah, you do have a massive ass fucking following, and I look like a brand new baby in comparison to you, 100%. 2 days? Oh, you've been okay, cool. Have you been watching the TikTok streams or the TikTok videos? Suned. I don't know how to say your name. How am I supposed to pronounce your name? Sunedez Sudin. That's so fast. Not even. What do you mean not even? You have an equivalent of like 400,000 or 500,000 followers in total, don't you? Like in total across all platforms? I swear to God, you have 300,000 or 400,000 followers, bare minimum. You're pretty fucking up there. I am a fetus in comparison. What's up, Eric? All right, we got. Oh shoot! Did anyone catch how many likes did we have from the last stream? Did anyone catch that? World is too complex to say there is no God. Complexity proves the fact that there is no God. Actually, Occam's razor. Go study it. The more complex something is, the less intelligence was behind the making of said thing. Where you get your glasses from? What's it called? That website. I get my glasses off of that. There's a website. Zenny. I need new glasses. I've had these glasses for like 9 years. I need new ones. How you doing, Unk? How you doing, Gleep? Did you just call me Unk? How dare you call me Unk? Chat banned. Kidding. I think how we're going to, since we have both TikTok and YouTube going at the same time, I think what we'll do, because I read the chat of TikTok for the haters quite a lot. I think I'll make chat for YouTube only available for subscribers, and then TikTok will allow followers and non-followers to chat. I wonder if that's a good idea. The evidence become manifest in the faith God said to worship in faith. Yeah, he does. That doesn't mean it's true. Faith by definition is belief without evidence, so quite literally contrary to what you just said, it's a contradiction. You literally follow a contradiction. Unk, is that you? Something like that, apparently. Apparently, I'm a 25-year young Unk. Things said in the Bible has happened in the world. Isn't that enough proof? No. The fuck? The fuck? Do you believe in Jesus? A man named Jesus probably existed. There is anything to guarantee God's doesn't exist either. Facts. Thank you for speaking facts. Nowhere in my fucking screen does it say there is no such thing as a God. Nowhere. So, great fucking argument. My Uncle Jesus? Yeah, he real. Yeah, my Uncle Jesus, he over there. That was horrible. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for my sins. Forgive me, Mommy, for I've sinned. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Daddy, for I've sinned. Dude, if I was a Catholic, I would 1000% do that. I would walk in, just be like, forgive me, Daddy, for I have sinned. Like, oh shit. Straight to hell for acting. I have a degree in theology. Jesus Christ, I forgot the part where I gave a fuck. That's crazy. Sky Daddy. Oh my god. Did someone ever give you a challenging argument claim? Well, here's the thing, Gleep. 100% of the arguments for God are unsound. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for a supernatural claim. So no, nobody has ever in the history of mankind ever provided a good argument for God. Ever. Slay. Relax, bro. I'm an atheist. Cool. Wait. Fucking what? You're an atheist with a what? Theology degree? Really? Interesting. I don't think I've actually met an atheist theologist yet. I don't need to worry about it. True, there's no evidence for existence either. Yes, there is. Me and you fucking talking is evidence that we exist, dumbass. There's no evidence that you're drinking anything. You want to see evidence for drinking? Ka-chow, motherfucker. It's called observation. I just fucking did, Aaron. You're fucking typing. You're using your fingers. I'm responding to your chat, which shows that I have a consciousness and I am responding in reality. These are all evidences pointing towards the most likely scenario of me existing and you existing. So, shut the fuck up with that dumbass fucking try. That was horrible. All right, Let's get you in here, bro. What is up,
What's going on, man?
Hey, brother, you over the age of 18?
Yes, sir. I am 28.
Wonderful. You getting up there, Unk? I'm kidding. Which God do you believe in, brother?
I am a follower of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior.
Gotcha,
for
bro.
about 4.5 years now.
4.5 years? Gotcha. All right, what you
I
got for
believe
me?
if you were ex-Christian, I know we had a conversation, I believe, once for like an hour, I think.
Whoa, I let you stay for an hour?
Yes, I have been praying for you, bro. I know you're a father. So yeah, man. I hope all is well. So
An hour-long conversation.
yeah, this was probably,
I'm amazed by
I'll say
that.
maybe a couple months ago.
I kicked him off.
Maybe like, I want to say right before fall, maybe like July, September. I don't know, something. But anyways, man, how are you doing?
We're alive and well and still kicking and still haven't found any evidence for a God. What you got for me today, brother?
Still kicking, bro. That's very good to hear, man. I will say, you know, there's many people's issue They think it's evidence, and it's really not. Because if we were to just look at the scriptures as being hypothetically fictional, God still tells us, it's not an evidence issue, it's a
No,
heart
it is.
issue.
Because why aren't you a Muslim?
This just shows, right? It still doesn't negate the fact what I said.
Why aren't
It's
you
a
a
heart
Muslim?
issue. Because Jesus Christ himself even came to this earth. He created miracles. Even the Talmud confirms in
No, it doesn't.
43a Sanhedrin. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeshua was
There's zero
hung
contemporary
for the
witness for that
sorcery
at all.
he created and
There's
leading
zero
Israel
contemporary evidence for
astray.
that at all. It's all hearsay. 100% of it hearsay.
No, it's not. You can go on
Literally
it right
100%
now.
of it is hearsay. Literally 100%.
It's not. I'll green screen it.
Wonderful. Here, let me. You want to use the Talmud as your evidence?
Yeah, let me get it for you too.
Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. What's up, Aviv? So the Talmud, you got the Halakha, the Agada, which is law and ethics of philosophy. Interesting that has absolutely butt-fuck nothing to do about Jesus. You got oral law from the Mishnah in 200 CE. You got nothing to do with Jesus. You got the Gemara in 200 to 500 CE. Absolutely butt-fuck nothing to do about Jesus. Interesting. You're just talking out of your fucking
Well,
ass.
actually, if you actually go on my post as well, I know. I
Fuck
have
your
a
post. I'm
about
reading
it.
the Talmud. What evidence do you have that the Talmud
Yeah.
talks jack shit about Jesus? What?
So I'm gonna get it in a second. I'm just trying to find the source that I got it from. But you can
ChatGPT?
actually go on my page as well.
Fuck your page.
And see.
I'm not going to your page.
That's fine, man. You can hate all you want. Like, that's on you. It
Hating?
doesn't
I'm
hurt
not
me.
hating. I'm just not going to your fucking page.
It's fine. Blunt, please just pray for him. It's fine. It's okay if he disrespects. It's okay. Seriously.
All right,
just
so
pray for
as
him.
I said, there's no contemporary witness at all. There's no reason for me to believe jack fucking shit about Jesus. At all. Nada. Nothing. It doesn't exist. You have hearsay. Period. No questions asked. End of story. That is it. That's what you got. Hearsay.
So the whole portion of 43 is him leading up to his crucifixion. So I can get this for you.
Yeah,
but you're just going
what
to
empirical data proves that? Because the Romans have zero record of that happening, even though they have a record of every single
Now,
fucking
King
person that
Hadrian
they-
himself in 135a paved over his
135
tomb as a
AD,
form of mockery.
which is not
Yes,
even
135
close
AD,
to when
which is
Jesus
100
was-
years after his resurrection.
Provide evidence he was resurrected, first of all. What the fuck kind of a claim is this to throw out there?
Perfect. We know that he resurrected
You know?
because
How do
we
you
would have
know? What
never had
evidence
the
do you have?
revelation of John.
John,
Revelation of John
was
came in
enigmated
94 to
in the
95
second century by
AD,
Irenaeus.
as well as
the Gospels are completely
and
anonymous authors that weren't even contemporary witnesses. John didn't
a
exist, brother.
fool only gives full vent to his spirit.
John
He's
didn't
not
exist,
willing
brother.
to listen.
John did not exist. Evidence
John
doesn't give a fuck about your feelings.
Brother, can I please answer your
Provide
questions
evidence.
without?
The Gospels are
I'm
anonymous
trying,
authors.
but
Who was John?
the Gospels are anonymous authors now. Can I
Yes.
please answer a question
Well,
at a
stop
time
whining
without
like a
you
bitch and
just-
answer the fucking question.
Sir,
Don't-
I'm sorry,
right now
and I
you're
pray that you
whining.
don't treat
Right
your wife
now
this
you
way
are
or your
whining.
child.
So right now you're whining like a little bitch instead of providing answers. Instead of whining like a little bitch, you can provide your answers and evidence. Stop wasting your time to whine. The Gospels
I'm trying
are
to
anonymous.
supply you
No,
evidence.
you're still whining like a bitch. Stop trying to explain yourself and provide your fucking evidence, dude. I don't give a fuck about your thoughts, feelings, or emotions. I care about facts and evidence. So the Gospels are completely anonymous. The names were added in the 2nd century by Irenaeus. Period.
No, they're not, because the scribes
Yes, they are.
say different.
Oh my God, that's
Do you
so
know when
crazy
they
that
were
the person that
canonized?
the story.
When were they canonized again, you said?
Jesus Christ, you're fucking arrogant. The book
I'm
says
arrogant
that
for
this
asking
is true, therefore it's true. No, dumbass. You have to look at who wrote the book.
Gospels
Is it credible to trust the people that wrote the book? What we know about who wrote the book is fucking nothing. What we know about who wrote the book is they're anonymous authors that wrote it decades after the events happened, and the names were attributed in 2nd century by Irenaeus. There you go. Now, do you have any evidence you'd like to provide, or do you just want to have hearsay? The book says it's 12, therefore it is. That's why Santa Claus is real. The fuck?
Yeah, I do have evidence, and I
Yeah,
do
what
have a
evidence do you
question.
have for who John is?
When did you say they were
What evidence
canonized
do
again?
you... I didn't fucking ask that. What evidence do you have that John wrote John?
For debates, I'm not for your bullying.
Fuck off then. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I care about facts. We're here to talk about facts and evidence. We're not here to talk about your feelings getting hurt. That's why this is for 18 and over. Fuck your feelings. No one gives a fuck if your feelings are being hurt. If you want to, I'm sure your mom has a live stream that you can go cry in her chat for. Sure, brother. I'll give you that one. It's Professor... Cool. Yeah, I'll let you explain that one.
Hi. So he said that the Talmud said it. So firstly, most of the Christians, they don't know what the Talmud is. They don't even know which language the Talmud is. Some of them say Hebrew, and some of them go for internet translated Talmud versions, for example. And they say, okay, the Talmud talks about Jesus Christ. And then when I ask them, okay, which tractate of the Talmud, they don't know. They just find it from the internet, and they find a Facebook post, and then they say, okay, the Talmud says about Jesus there, and then they say, oh, therefore it is true. I was like, all because a book says it, it doesn't mean it's true. If Harry Potter says, for example, Voldemort existed, does it mean that he really existed?
Facts.
So, I mean, seriously, I mean, I've studied about the Talmud, and because there are Christians who lie about the Talmud as well. Because, I mean, most of them don't know that. Even rabbis among rabbis, that's what the Talmud is for. They disagree with each other and debate. It's all debates in that. Even though some of the statements some rabbis make us really stupid. Like some of them say about the geocentric theory, that the sun revolves around the earth. And some rabbis call it out as stupid. That's the whole Talmud. It's not scripture. But the thing is, still, from what he said, now even the book of Revelations, he's talking about John of Patmos. John was from the island of Patmos. And he was nowhere close to allegedly living with, let's just say, Jesus at that time.
Right.
Okay. He says he was writing this, collecting evidence, even though the existence of John of Patmos has been debated for 2,000 years now.
Okay. Yeah, I read something about Patmos because of what's his name? Never mind.
Yeah, it's the same thing. And yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, I have no idea why they bring up these weak arguments, even for the existence of an individual like Jesus, by saying, okay, Jesus exists or Jesus loves me. This I tell you because the Bible or the Talmud tells me so.
Right.
I mean, try and go and tell this to a Jew. They're gonna laugh at you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's the funny part. The host is so delayed. I know you are, Jebber, but what am I?
So that's the thing. I mean, even when it comes to Talmud, it's divided into several parts. Like the Mishnah is about the oral law. The Gemara is where the rabbis debate about it.
Gotcha. So it's more of them figuring out laws together.
Yeah, and what is the best way, depending on the times. When some Jews were persecuted because the Byzantines and the Romans kicked them out, so they were trying to figure out how to still follow, for example, the Sabbath. Gotcha. While being in exile and all those things, you know. But this is nothing to do with Jesus. I mean, the first question I would ask him, okay, which part in the Talmud says about it, and then do you read the Aramaic that spoke about Jesus?
Right.
And no, and even let's just say the Talmud says something exists, and if you can't just give a trust me bro source,
no.
and say this is evidence.
Comic books said Thor is real, therefore Thor is real.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll let you go and continue with the debate. Just said, you know,
I appreciate
it was
the hell out
really,
of you, brother.
as a person who has studied theology, It's so
Yeah.
funny when Christians themselves lie about this.
Yeah, I'm not educated either. I'm learning this shit on the fly, and for when I'm not live, I'm just studying as much as I fucking can.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get absolutely mind boggled. I mean, I've been mostly debating flat earthers and those who deny
I'm so
evolution.
sorry.
Yeah, and evolution deniers. So basically, there was one woman who said she's a direct descendant of Jesus. I was like, how?
What?
Apparently, Jesus had a child with Mary Magdalene, and like, you've been watching too much of the Da Vinci Code. Like, no, I believe in the Priory of Zion. I was like, yeah, that's in the movie Da Vinci Code. Yeah, these are from flat earthers, literal flat earthers.
Oh god. Oh god. All right. Well, I'm gonna move on, brother. I
Yeah,
really
sure,
appreciate
brother.
you
Take
hopping up
care.
in here, man. I'll kick you so I don't have
Take
to
care.
worry about it. Why do you remove the guests from the live when they make you look like a fool? Because he made himself look like a fool and was annoying as shit because he couldn't fucking listen or pay attention. I don't waste time here. If you have fucking evidence, come up and give your evidence. If you whine, adios. You can whine in my chat and produce me some more engagement. I don't care to listen to your feelings. I care about talking about facts and evidence. If I am wrong, you should be able to fucking prove it. If I say 2 + 2 is 5, you can prove to me that it's 4. Get Robert. Robert, how's it going? Hello,
Shut up,
Robert.
nigger.
Oh, nice. Another loving Christian. Another loving Christian. And another one. And another one. That's like 4 Christians that have been racist, homophobic, and disgusting today. There ain't no hate like Christian love. Ain't no hate like Christian love. You fucking asshole. Your book made you an asshole. You're an asshole. You're an asshole. You're religion of peace and love. Yeah, right? Jesus said some will not believe. Yeah, no shit. The book knew that people would realize that there's no evidence for it. Non-matrix finance. That sounds like the most Andrew Tate thing. Tristan put you in dirt, goofy. What? What's up, Tristan?
What's up?
Hey, you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Don't fucking lie. What's up, Joe?
Yeah,
You over the age of 18?
yeah. Are
Wonderful.
you?
Which God do you believe?
None of the above.
Wonderful. Da, 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 da. Guess we're doing a speed run. What's up, Jaden?
Hello.
Hey, you over the age of 18?
Of course.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
The only true God, Jesus
Muslim?
Christ, of course.
Oh, okay. Christian.
No. Yes.
Well, Muslims also say it's the one true God, so fuck your feelings. Do you have evidence for your God today?
Yeah.
Wonderful. What you got?
Well, how do you think the Big Bang is made?
I don't give a fuck. What evidence do you have that God made the universe?
Well, a Big Bang needs an intelligent mind, so...
Let's say there's no such thing as a Big Bang. What evidence do you have that God made the universe?
Well, I don't have that evidence.
Right,
so
it's
there's
called
no
faith.
evidence
There's
for
no
that.
evidence for God. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk.
Are you stupid or something?
I know you are, but what am I? So you just said that you don't have evidence that God made the universe. You believe it based on faith, which is belief without
No,
evidence.
but
You're
what
indoctrinated.
I am saying, you always say, like, no, you have no evidence. You always avoid my questions.
Fuck you asking me questions. You're the one with the claim that a God exists. Provide evidence. Stop pivoting, coward.
No, but what do you mean,
evidence do you have for your
coward?
God?
But like you're saying, how?
Hey, do you, yes or no, have evidence for your God? Yes or no? You have to unmute yourself. Thank you, Gleep. I love you. Your existence is the evidence. My existence is evidence that people had sex 25 years ago. Thank you very much for not knowing what you're talking about. You are what you eat. Well, okay. If they don't have a relationship or repent, okay, this dude's just going to take up space. Wonderful. Adios. Robert, back again? What was Robert talking about? Did you have evidence for your God? Oh, you were the racist. What about you, non-matrix finance? Oh, you left again. King Julian! How's it going, Julian?
Not bad.
I love to hear that. Are you over the age of 18, sir?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
The Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen and a hallelujah for that. Am I right, brother?
Amen, brother.
All right, brother. What you got for me today?
Well, the Lord told me in a dream about 7.5 years ago that He was real.
Oh,
Ever since I
hallelujah!
dedicated my life to the Lord and serving Him.
Hallelujah! I had a dream
Come
that I
on,
shit
TikTok.
in a pool, and that pool turned into a toilet. Therefore, that pool's a toilet. Because my dream said
Well, amen,
so.
brother.
My
I'm
dream
glad for
said
you.
so. Amen. I had a dream I could fly, brother. And in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, I can fly because my dream fucking said so. My dream, I went to Hogwarts. And because I dreamt of it, it is true. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get it? Fucking what?
But yes, the Lord told me to proselytize today on this here TikTok.
Oh. I don't actually believe that that guy was 18. There's no way that guy was 18, right? He sounded like maybe 16. Let me up, let me up. Dude, non-matrix, I've clicked accept on you like 3 times. Joe is trying again. Let's see what Joe's got. Joe left. You picked the road. Hit the road, Jack. Which road are you on? I'm on the one that leads to truth. He's scared to bring me back up. Let's do it. What's up? What evidence do you have for your God's existence?
Perfect. One moment here, my friend.
Don't need a moment. What evidence do you have for your God's existence?
Want to pull me up on green screen there, buddy? And I
Oh,
sent the link in the
I
chat,
didn't
by
give
the
you
way.
permission to turn your camera on. What evidence do you have for your
You
God's
cry now,
existence?
little boy, because you want to stray from God? Imagine your judgment when He says, "Why didn't you listen to me, mocker? You want to bully other people because you
gonna
have church hurt? Well, guess what? Christ warns."
So if God is
Warns of the
real
fake
and I end up in front of His face, this is gonna be my reaction to seeing God.
What
Hey,
you
you little fuck ass bitch!
what
Why the
you
fuck
suck?
did you commit genocides? Why the fuck didn't you
Little
help
boy.
Gaza? Why the fuck did you allow people to get raped and murdered on a fucking daily basis? You piece of goddamn fucking shit! Horrible ass
for it.
excuse for a fucking father. That will be my response if I ever see God. So, do you have any response for proving that your God actually exists or not?
All of this is recorded, and you will reap.
And you will reap what you sow. What does that mean? God will answer. Free will was given to everyone. Their favorite evidence for their God is, you're gonna reap what you sow, brother. One day. It's been 2,000 years, but one day you're gonna learn, boy. You're gonna learn, boy. Just provide the fucking evidence, dude. Just provide the evidence. I don't care about your empty ass threats. The guy before this live had literally 20 books on proof. Only tactic. You should have asked the guest why he didn't get raptured. Facts, dude. Okay, so you're an atheist. Why are making fun of people? Because they're stupid and deserve to be made fun of. Lock them up in God we trust. Amen, sister. How do you manage to lose to him twice? Well, you should probably learn how to pay attention. God has mercy on all. No, he doesn't. Jeffrey Dahmer is going to be in heaven because he gave his life to Jesus, while nice old grandmas that never did anything wrong are going to go to hell. Your God has zero mercy. up, Icy?
Hello. What up, brother? How's everything?
Going all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yes, I'm over the age of 18.
Wonderful, brother. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. I'm not Orthodox.
Wonderful. What you got for me today, brother?
And, you know, I have a personality that I usually get along with debaters. So I hate to see the sassiness because I'm like, damn, you know, it triggers me. But I'm like, that's not, as a professional, that's not how I want to come into the debate. You know,
Cool,
I feel
gotta
like,
fucking ask. Do you have evidence for your God?
yeah, I do have evidence for my God, you little skinny lizard. So, yeah, so the way that the Bible was created, so much separation, so much different times. Oh, listen to the point. I know.
Oh, that
it's-
was funny. The Bible is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
proof
yeah,
of
yeah.
a God.
Oh, by
it's
the way,
proof
what
of
the
a
other
book.
person said,
What
you are
evidence
gonna
do you-
reap what.
Cool, prove it. What evidence do you have for your God, dude? The Bible is proof of a book being written by human beings. What evidence do you have for the God? I don't care about your book. You skinny ass lizard. You gotta unmute yourself, dude.
Why'd you mute me?
Because
As I
you're a
was saying,
dumbass. So stop. I've already explained that your book needs to be proven. So what evidence do you have for your God? The book is not proof of a God, it's proof of a book.
yeah, I'm explaining the proof the way the book was created. That's my proof.
Your
So
book
let me
was
continue.
written by people. Correct or wrong?
Okay, exactly. Thank you for proving me right. I was just about to
Was
say
your
that.
book written
So
by
look,
people or
it's
not?
so normal. It's so normal.
You gotta learn how to listen, buddy. Was your book written, yes or no, by people?
Yes, it was.
Wonderful. So why in the fuck do you believe God had anything to do with it?
Thank you. All right, so now we got to that point. I see how you are very controlling with these debates. I don't even see you. I don't see you going far with this. But as I was
I
saying,
don't
the way
see
that
you
the
getting to
Bible,
the point.
hundreds of years of separation,
So what?
different eras,
Separation.
different parts of the
Wonderful.
world where
Magical.
technology
Has
wasn't
nothing to
even
do with
created
God.
yet. Guys,
Has
listen to this.
nothing to do with
Technology
God.
wasn't even created yet.
Has nothing to do
You
with
couldn't
God.
travel. You couldn't connect with
Has
people.
nothing to do with
Hundreds
God.
of years passed
You could
between
travel.
the
Are
writing
you
of the Bible,
stupid?
and it always picked up where the last one left off. Okay,
No.
so everything he
No.
says that if he was in front of God, he would say
What
this
evidence
and
do you
this and
have
that.
for God?
I'm explaining.
Your
I'm speaking.
words were, I don't understand
Brother,
this,
anything they
and
say to
without
you.
evidence and without research, I think this about how the Bible was written. None of that said, here is my evidence for God, what do you think? I don't remember hearing those words come out of your mouth. Would you like to try that?
Look at that. You love muting it, brother.
Yeah, get to the point. Stop whining. I'm giving you time to talk.
I'm not whining. I don't want.
Don't come up after I mute you to use your chance to talk to whine like a bitch.
You're
when you're
whining like a.
unmuted, just say,
You're
here is
whining.
my evidence. What do you think? Are you ready? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wonderful. What is your evidence?
Stop whining like a little bitch and stop muting me. So my evidence is though.
You have no power here. Go cry in my chat and help out with the engagement. Thank you. Your live is not appropriate for viewers in all regions and has been discontinued in some regions. Reason: hate speech and hateful behaviors. The Christians are getting angry. They're getting offended. Oh no. Oh no, the Christians are offended. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so scared. I'm so scared that they're feeling the hot. Oh my god. Oh, that's so scary. I don't know. It doesn't say which region. It just said in certain regions. No, not banned. It just says that one of them cried like a little bitch. Yeah, you say this now. Just wait to be judged. Prove there's a judgment. So only Christianity have a God. Like they're all still doing now. All right, Germany. We still have people in Germany. Which country is everyone from? Let's see where we're live right now. Where are you guys at? I am in USA, the Midwest. Iowa, USA, New England, USA, Philippines, Minnesota. I fucking love Minnesota, bro. Cali, Colorado, USA, Russia, damn, Midwest, Florida, Arizona, Michigan, heaven. Amen, sister. Gleep on YouTube is in the Middle East. Oh yeah, YouTube at least isn't gonna be knocked off. US. So we got a bunch of US. So the US is perfectly fine. We got there were some others. Sweet. So Germany is fine. I think we're good to go. We're gonna continue. We got 80 people in here. Fuck it. Ukraine. Live discontinued in some regions. It's not appropriate for some people. Cool. Fuck off. Live visibility restricted. I just still don't care. All right, what's up, F?
How's it going? My name's Elliot.
Awesome, Elliot. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, brother?
I'm Christian. I'm Catholic.
Oh shit. Okay, got you. What you got for me today, man?
All right, so I've actually, I don't know how many days, but I've been kind of tapping into your live every now and then, listening to some of the discussions you've had and stuff.
Wonderful.
So I'll try to do my best to skip over a lot of the fluff that you kind of see. I'm not going to like try to use the Bible
I appreciate
to
you,
prove
brother.
that God exists and stuff. I mean, like, those aren't good arguments, right? So my point kind of is going to be nobody here or anywhere, none of the top theologians or Christian scientists or anybody is going to be able to provide the evidence that you're seeking for in terms of like
right
hard empirical scientific evidence. It doesn't exist. So when you say there is no evidence for God, the evidence you're looking for is not going to be provided by anyone.
Right.
I was just wondering what your thoughts are. Like from my perspective, when you look at the concept of theism, whatever God that may be, whether it's the Christian, the God of Christian or Islam, like a monotheistic God, whatever. I think as though there is sufficient reason to believe that such a God might exist or does exist. That without, even with the absence of hardcore empirical evidence.
No, it's all
okay.
faith.
And I just don't, do you think that, okay. So yeah, faith, whatever you want to call it, but so is it your position that that's unreasonable?
Yeah, it's literally by definition not logically sound. It is literally indoctrination, spreading a belief uncritically.
Okay, but like, so you would say that it's just silly to view it as partially a philosophical question?
Philosophy does not equate fact.
Yeah, but who is to say that it has to be an empirically proven fact to believe in God?
You. Did your God make the empirical universe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an empirical claim that requires demonstrable data to prove.
I don't think any Christians are interested in proving the way that God exists in the way that you believe.
It's a
What?
burden of proof shift. It's logically fallacious. 100% of all Christianity is logically fallacious. 100% of it. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God. There's no such thing.
I agree that the burden of proof lies on Christians. I'm not arguing that the burden of proof doesn't lie on Christians, or that, you as a non-believer or a atheist, it's that it's your job to prove. Obviously, it's not your job to prove that God exists.
Well, I mean, if I
or
said,
that Christ exists.
in my opinion, and this isn't necessarily true, but in my opinion, if I said there is no such thing as a God, I would personally accept the burden of proof. Even though it's still technically a negative claim, I would personally, but I'm not saying that. So there is a possibility, yes, but here's the thing. We have evidence for evolution. We have evidence for the Big Bang Theory. None of the evidence supports a designer. None of it. Nada. Absolutely all of it. 100% of all of reality is 100% absolutely natural. There's no reason to think otherwise. So reading a medieval Iron Age book with anonymous gospel authors that we have no fucking idea if they were credible or real or true. We have no evidence for this Jesus character. Why would I believe that when there's no evidence for it? It's just
Okay,
based on faith.
so I agree with you that evolution is. I believe in evolution. I believe in the Big Bang.
Yeah, you could believe in these things and still be a Christian.
I mean, yeah, Christians. I mean, a Christian created the Big Bang Theory. So, I mean, I just, from my perspective, right? Like, the question is, and again, and I know people have brought this up and stuff, but like, the question for me is like, okay, we believe in a Big Bang, that there was a single point of singularity that our universe stems from. And then the question, of course, is like, all of science relies on the fact that we omit discussing what put the Big Bang there. And
can I cut you off here?
Yeah, go for it.
I think, in my opinion, this is just what I see because I grew up as a Messianic Jew. I was a Christian my entire life.
Right.
Right. So what I've found from my own talking with everybody is 100% of all arguments for God versus no God, 100% of them come down to what we presuppose as reality. So as an atheist, I presuppose the axiomatical principles that are of reality, math, physics, logic. We know that these are absolutely true. 2 + 2 will never equal 5, ever. So we know that we live in an empirical, natural world. The reason that we have any fucking idea that there's a supernatural world is because of books. But there's no evidence for a supernatural world. So the disconnect is theists believe and presuppose that there is a supernatural world without the evidence. That's what it all boils down to. Is there even a supernatural world?
I would say I agree with that. Yeah. And you use the word supernatural, and I think that's, I mean, by definition, not an incorrect word to use. I just almost feel like it doesn't fully characterize the bare bones way that I view this, and that a lot of theists view this, because for me, it's almost like supernatural. Yes. Like when I think of this question, I'm not talking about necessarily even like the Trinitarian God, just like the concept of God itself, like resurrection aside, everything with Christ aside, the Bible aside, like what is it that created the universe that we live in? And I agree with you on all these other principles, logic and math and science. These are all things that we can, with some degree of fact, substantiate. But for me, I think the core question, and I think that is the point where we would differ, is like I feel as though there are convincing arguments that something greater than whatever ignited the Big Bang had to have placed the Big Bang, because the question is, we can't even conceptualize nothing, right? So there has to have always been something.
Yeah.
And before the Big Bang, there was something. And so I guess, yeah, maybe you get into some of these like ontological arguments, the watchmaker argument,
it's really simple.
kind of like,
there's one explanation for that. The first law of thermodynamics. Can energy be created?
well, yeah, the first law of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed.
Right. So why would we believe energy was created in the first place?
Well,
Energy
but
has
I
always
mean, there
existed. The universe
obviously
is necessary and eternal.
energy has always existed.
Yeah. Do you have evidence otherwise?
Okay, so that's a good point from a scientific perspective, right? First of all, the first law of thermodynamics is exactly that. It's a law. So do you actually believe that like there is an infinitesimal chain of continuity that goes beyond like, so I mean, like it's impossible to comprehend time that just existed for time existing, I guess, like you would say, all the way back, like kind of like the whole like turtles on top of turtles thing, when people are like, well, what's the world built on?
Time
turtles.
exists with the expansion.
Like,
So
if
the
you've ever
universe
heard
has
that
expanded.
argument.
It's probably going to come back and crunch, and then it's going to expand, and then it's going to crunch, and then it's going to expand over and 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 over. And we're going to have these same debates for trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of years.
So do you think that, so you don't believe that there was ever a Big Bang, that there was never a point when all of the energy just expanded?
Brother, the Big Bang is the expansion of our observable universe. Observable universe, not of the universe, of the observable universe. It's not the start of all things. It's just the expansion of one universe.
Well, the universe is.
No, of our observable
I
universe.
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
That's why we have multiverse theory, brother. There's physics and math that is plausible and accurate for other universes existing. We haven't observed them, which is why we don't say it's true. But that's very plausible. Not possible, plausible. It works with all of our physics and math, and it doesn't contradict anything that we know. We have quantum gravity. We have quantum field theory that showcases that it's entirely plausible. We know there's a quantum field. It's entirely plausible that little mini universes just pop in and out of existence, and then once in a few trillion, one of them expands, which is what ours did. Like, these are all plausible hypotheses.
Well, I mean, neither of us are, but I am by no means an astrophysicist or anything.
No, not at all.
But again, I guess multiverse theory, again, it raises the same question for me, because something, if there's millions or trillions or whatever different multiverses, and then different observable universes that contain within them different galaxies and different planets and different life forms, they're intelligent life, whatever it may be, again, to me, that still begs the same question of what exists beyond all of those things. And to you, you would say nothing has to exist beyond all of those things.
Well, we don't have any evidence that something does. Energy cannot be
We
created.
don't have any. We do not have any evidence
So
that something
energy
does.
has always existed. And I'm going to believe that because the evidence shows energy cannot be created. So it's illogical to think that it was created. The God hypothesis is an illogical hypothesis by definition.
But you yourself, and I and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to straw man your position, but you yourself have concluded to other people you've discussed when I've been listening, that because you're not an anti-theist, right? You would say what a lot of people would call it an agnostic, meaning just atheist.
I'm an agnostic atheist. There is possibility that a God did all this, but there's also a possibility that I'm going to grow wings and fly tomorrow. There's a possibility that there's 45 trillion gods working together to make all the universes. These are possibilities with zero reasoning for us to believe them. There's no evidence supporting them at all. It's all beliefs in human brains. We made up.
Well, to be
God.
fair, I would argue that there can't be 45 trillion gods, because the definition of the term God itself begs that there would only be
there's
one thing
not
that's all
just
powerful.
one God. There's a capital G and a lowercase g with a plural s. Not all religions are the same. You and Abrahamic beliefs believe in one true God, even though the Christianity is 3 gods in one. But every other religion believes in multiple gods.
I agree with you, but I would probably, I mean, this is getting into the weeds and probably a little away from where you'd like to discuss. But as far as any polytheistic religion goes, again, I think that presupposes from a theological perspective that those gods aren't actually gods, because Zeus does not have omnipotent, omniscient, all-knowing,
They're not
all
the Christian
powerful.
God, but they are gods. They are.
But doesn't a god have to be all powerful?
No. Your God.
Well, by
does.
definition, God has to be all powerful.
The Abrahamic God's definition is an triomni God. Not all gods are triomni gods. Yours is a triomni God. That's one type of God out of thousands of gods. Zeus is not triomni.
But the greatest being would have to be all powerful. And so if we presuppose
Every
that Zeus
mythology
existed,
has
or
an
that the
answer.
Aztec gods existed, or that Krishna existed, or Venishu existed, then they would be less powerful than the Abrahamic God. Therefore,
Well,
they
go
by
into
definition,
further
they would not be
definitions.
God.
Like, even Zeus has a father, and his father is stronger than him, Kronos. Like, they all have stronger and stronger and stronger hierarchies, and eventually you get to a point where one is stronger than your god, or the exact same as your god. But guess what? There's no evidence for Zeus, and there's no evidence for your god. So it doesn't matter.
So, okay, so I don't know if I've ever heard you, and you're probably going to be like, but I want you to just hear me out. I don't know if I've ever heard you discuss the Shroud of Turin with anyone on your live, but I think that is a little bit interesting. Okay, how?
Yeah, they dated it with carbon dating.
Yeah, I would contend that
I know
more
you would.
recent
Carbon
and
dating
more well
is
conducted.
accurate up to 30,000 years or something like that. And considering Jesus was 2,000 years ago, it's 100% accurate.
the studies that claim to have accurately carbon dated the Shroud of Turin have been disproven by other studies.
False.
That would be what I
All studies
more recent
debunk
studies.
the fuck out of it as being Jesus. Like
When
100. There's no such thing as a confirmed consensus agreed that it is Jesus. It doesn't
the
exist.
1963 study that everybody cites about carbon dating was conducted by
I'll get the
secular.
citation.
Okay, well, I also would have my own citation, so I think this would be an interesting discussion because from the studies that I have been introduced to, and again, I've discussed this study with
So
secular
here's one that has
scientists.
500 sightings. This has 500 sightings for it. Here's the abstract. Very small samples from the Shroud of Turin have been dated by accelerator mass spectrometry in laboratories at Arizona, Oxford, and Zurich. As controls, 3 samples whose ages have been determined independently were also dated. The results provide conclusive evidence that the linen of the Shroud of Turin is medieval.
What year was that study conducted? Out of curiosity.
1989.
Yeah, I
Yours
said
is
63.
from 1969.
The study I'm referring to was conducted, I
This
think, in
has
the 2010s.
500 citations, brother.
I understand that. It's from the 80s, though. The one that I'm referring to is much more recent. That concluded that there were no dyes, on the
P.E.
fabric.
Damon,
That the fabric itself.
B.J. Donahue, B.H. Gore, A.L. Hathaway, A.J.T. Joel, T.W. Linnick, P.J. Sersel, L.J. Tulin, C.R. Bronk, E.T. Hall, R.E.M. Hedges, R. Housley, Oxford, Zurich, University of Arizona, R. Housley, I.A. Law, C. Perry, G. Bonani, S. Trumbore, W. Wolfi, J.C. Ambers, S.G.E. Bowman, M.N. Lease, and M.S. Tite say you're full of shit.
That is fine. And the study that I'm referring to says that the 1960 study that people cite and the one from the 80s are also wrong.
Wonderful. Is that
They-
from Answers in Genesis? Like, where the fuck are you getting this?
No,
horseshit
I'm trying to
from?
find. I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to find the exact study for you. Sorry, I don't have it like memorized. I'm not like a Shroud of Turin apologist or something
Well,
like
I just
that.
pulled
So
up Google Scholar and typed in Shroud of Turin and pulled up all the citations.
that's fine. I can do that. Sorry, I just had to walk over to my laptop. Is this it? Sorry.
I mean, the consensus is that it's a medieval forgery. Answers in Genesis is going to tell you it's not, but they are the most failure of science.
I don't care about Answers in Genesis. I agree with you. They're probably
And
incredibly biased.
regardless, let's say it's not a forgery. Let's say it's Jesus. How does that prove he was resurrected? That just proves to you that a piece of cloth was laid on his face and he fucking died, and his body stayed in the ground and rotted like every other body on planet Earth. What evidence do you have that he resurrected?
Well, the Shroud of Turin. So the study, I have notes that I took from a lecture, not from a college lecture. Again, this was a secular scholar, but the study I was referring to basically argues that there were only 2 scientifically possible ways that the imprintation could have happened on the Shroud of Turin the way it did, because they know that it wasn't dyes. Even the study from the 80s that carbon dated it can tell that it wasn't dyes. So it couldn't have been dye. It wasn't blood. It wasn't any sort of paint. So
From what I gather,
they,
there actually was some blood and a little bit of paint as well.
well, blood, there was blood on it, but it was actually it was actually type AB blood, but like the face itself wasn't left from blood.
Like, we know it's a medieval forgery, brother. And 500 other, like, every single university agrees with that. Everybody, all scholars are saying it's a medieval forgery, except for the 2 or 3 Christian biased scholars that want it to be true. And the consensus doesn't matter. What matters is the evidence. So even if you can find that citation where they're saying it is absolutely 1000% Jesus Christ, we need to look at it. How do they know that? How did they come to that conclusion? What tools did they use? Who peer reviewed it and scrutinized it and tested to make sure that their math was correct? Why should we trust them? How credible are they, and how many peer reviewed studies have they done that have been proven to be true? You have to look and think critically about these things.
Well, I understand that, and I'm not jumping into it. I can't. Well, this actually,
Brother, I can use Google to prove that Earth is flat. Like, I'm showing you Oxford, Arizona, Zurich, and 500 other citations. Like, the tippity top of the tests for controlled studies showcases that it's a forgery.
I'm just, oh, fuck, I can't. Yeah, I understand your point. So
It's all,
I mean,
you believe based on faith, and there's nothing wrong with that, but there's no reason logically to believe it. There's no evidence for God. There's no evidence for God making the universe. There's no evidence for anything in the Bible being claimed to be true. None of it. It's all mythology. It's the exact same equivalent of believing Zeus made lightning. And then guess what? Science proved that that was not true. So people said, where did our universe come from? Must be God. And then we learned about cosmic microwave background and learned about the Big Bang Theory. And then they said, well, where did the Big Bang Theory come from? And then science said, well, a hot dense state. And then theists went, well, where did the hot dense state come from? And then we're going to figure that out. And then theists are going to move the goalpost again. Well, where did that come from? And then atheists are going to figure it out again. And then theists are going to, it's going to continue and continue and continue and continue, because you cannot accept the fact that there's no evidence for God, and you have cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias because you need and want it to be true, irregardless of if it is.
I think what you just outlined is probably true for the majority of theists, but I do think that, like, again, the reason I came in the live was to not sit here and try to argue about, like, well, there is some empirical evidence for God's existence. I just think that it's right, that there is sufficient reason to believe that God. Right, and the burden of proof would be needed to be achieved through an empirical measure, but that doesn't mean you can't believe in God for non-empirical reasons. And so I agree with you, but in the same sense, I think that a lot of the argument is like kind of reduction to the God of the gap sort of idea.
And God of the gap it. You just admitted there's no empirical evidence for your empirical claim that God made an empirical world, but you want to believe it because you think that it makes sense. That's God of the gaps, brother. You're being logically fallacious to yourself. You are lying to yourself. It is the definition of indoctrination, spreading a belief uncritically.
I'm talking more about the idea of, like, well, I need to know why the heavens and the skies and the thunder and the grass exist. So it must be this God, or it must be this God.
That's what you're doing.
God. Well, I believe in God not because I feel the need to have answers.
Then what evidence do you have to believe in God?
I've told you I don't have it. I don't have empirical evidence to believe in God, but that doesn't mean that I need to believe in God to have answers. I don't think that every Christian believes in God because they feel the need to have answers about the natural world. I think for a lot of Christians, science is necessary and sufficient in terms of addressing the questions of the natural world.
Well, the question is on whether or not God is true. If you want to believe it, sure. But I can also believe that I have 14 legs. It doesn't mean it's true. There's zero evidence that I have 14 legs. There is evidence that I have 2 legs. There's zero evidence that a God exists. There is evidence of the Big Bang Theory. There's zero evidence that God made humans. There is evidence that humans evolved.
again, agree with all those things. Those aren't things that we differ on in our perspective.
Right. That's the whole thing, though. That's like the whole entire purpose of the live is you're indoctrinated. You believe it based on faith. You have no reason. You have no logic for it. It's not logically sound. There's no evidence for a supernatural. Like, you have no reason to believe what you do, and it is not true because there's nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. You saying you believe in this God with the amount of lack
Okay,
of
well,
enough
just
evidence
because there's
is like
no
me saying I
also
believe in unicorns.
just because there's no empirical evidence for something doesn't mean that something is true. The truth of something relies purely
It's an
in the existence
empirical
of
claim.
something.
To
And
say something is
yes,
true requires
no,
to prove it with evidence.
that's
That's epistemology, brother.
not
That is
that's actually
logic.
not how it works.
Yes, it is. It is literally logically correct to say that.
I could say that that a
Listen,
fairy exists. I
listen,
could say that a fairy exists. I could have no way of
listen.
empirically proving that exists.
Logic is
If a
based on
fairy exists,
axiomatic
then
principles.
I
If
understand
I
how
say
logic works.
Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, therefore Socrates
Right.
is mortal, it's logically sound. Why? Because it's an empirical claim that has empirical data to back it up. If I say, I have a cat, all cats are black, therefore my cat is black, it is missing empirical data and contradicting its own empirical data for an empirical claim, so it's valid but not sound. You have no logical soundness for this God claim. You have to have the data for it to
But
be
many
true.
times throughout history, we've had scientific claims that we can prove with what we thought was empirical evidence, and it turns out that that scientific theory or law was not in fact true, not in fact a fact,
Science is
because we
self-correcting.
had. Okay, so all I'm saying is that truth doesn't depend entirely on empirical evidence. The ability to advocate for a truth
We live in an
empirically
empirical
requires
world, dude.
empirical evidence.
Even logic requires
Right, but if
empirical data.
all I'm saying is that if God exists, let's say for the sake of the argument, we assume that some version of God exists, and there is no empirical evidence
Why would I
to
believe that?
actually
There's
prove
no
that he
reason.
exists. Well, I'm not asking you to believe that. I'm just
The
saying
if
for the
doesn't
sake of this
matter.
argument.
What if unicorns exist? So what? There's no evidence for them. I don't believe in them. Do you believe in Santa Claus?
Right. But it would be truth that
Brother,
unicorns exist,
think-
even if
think
both of
about
us have no
this.
reason.
No, that's not true. Think about this.
It
Is
would
Santa
be.
Claus
As
real?
long as they exist, it's truth.
Is Santa Claus real?
No.
Why do you think that?
Why do I think that Santa Claus isn't real?
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that a person could drop presents to every house in the entire world.
It's
in
almost
one
a
night.
supernatural claim, huh? So there's no evidence for the supernatural claim of God, same as a unicorn and Santa Claus. So same as you can say Santa Claus isn't real, we're saying the exact same thing for God. There's no evidence, there's no reason.
All I'm saying is that I agree there's no empirical reason to believe that Santa Claus exists. All I'm saying is that if for whatever reason Santa Claus did exist, that would be truth that he
But he
existed regardless of what empirical.
There's no reason to
But
believe
you
it
can't
until it is
conclusively
proven to
say
be
that
true.
God doesn't exist.
Correct.
But you
there's
can't
no reason
conclusively
to
say
believe
that God
Santa
doesn't
Claus and
exist.
unicorns exist until there is evidence for them. The person making the claim is the one that has to prove that it is true. There's
I agree.
no reason to believe jack fucking shit is true until the burden of proof is met. That's why there's a burden of proof. If I tell you I can fly, you should not believe me until I prove it. You are saying there is a God, nobody should believe you until you prove it. That's how life, reality, logic, epistemology, all of it works. This is how our world works. You presuppose the supernatural already does exist, though. That is why this world, that thought process works for you, because you make it work for you because of indoctrination. There's no truth to it at all. I cannot debunk unicorns, but I can't debunk God. It's the exact same fucking thing. Just because I can't debunk unicorns does not mean I can't say they don't exist. I cannot debunk Bigfoot, but I still say he doesn't exist. I cannot debunk the same fucking mythical claim of God, but that doesn't exist. There's no evidence for him. There's no reason to accept truths until the burden of proof is met.
I actually would say you maybe can probably debunk Bigfoot, honestly, in the same way we kind of are able to deduce whether animals are extinct or not. It's kind of the same process. So I think it's kind of essentially a different claim
Have you
than
seen
God.
all of Earth?
Well, we haven't seen all of Earth when we make a scientific claim that a species of animal has existed,
Right.
or
We have
excuse me, is
evidence of
extinct.
those things. We also have
Right, we have evidence that Bigfoot doesn't exist conclusively, though.
No, we don't.
I mean, at a certain point in time,
Is
you
it
you can ask
possible that
yourself.
Bigfoot exists, dude?
I mean,
Is it possible
not
that
any
Bigfoot
more
exists,
possible
dude?
that Bigfoot exists than it is that entire species
Then
of
it is that your God
animals
exists.
exist.
Bigfoot is the exact same measure of truth when it comes to a God. Same
I mean,
amount
I
of
would
evidence.
argue that it's a fundamentally different claim and question. But again, I guess at this point I feel like we're just kind of going to go in a circle forever. But
I mean, is Zeus different
yeah,
from Bigfoot?
is Zeus different than Bigfoot? Yeah.
No, they're both mythical claims. They're both supernatural claims that nobody has ever been able to prove.
But with okay, I mean, this is starting to get silly, I guess. But with Bigfoot, the claim is that he would be like an animal, a zoological. It would be a zoological measure as opposed to
Unicorns.
Zeus, which
Unicorns versus Zeus. Which one's more real?
well, presumably unicorns.
Okay, unicorns versus God. Which one's more real? You got to use the same critical thinking.
I would say I would rather stake my life in the claim that something created everything that is around us.
There's no evidence for that. You know what we do have evidence for? The universe being eternal.
Something had to have
No, it didn't. What happened to
created
create
the
God?
universe.
False.
What?
Energy cannot be created. It wasn't created, dude. It's always existed. You
The
can't
very
accept-
principle of
Dude,
God.
We have evidence that energy cannot be created. Yet it's fucking unfathomable for you to accept the fact that energy cannot be created. Whereas you have zero fucking evidence for your God, and it's 100% fathomable that he exists. Do you not see the error in your logic? Evidence for energy is it cannot be made. It has always existed. Is unfathomable to you. But zero evidence for God is 100% logical to you. Do you not see how stupid this is?
But thermodynamics doesn't say that the universe can't have begun.
And
At
science
some
doesn't
point.
say God doesn't exist. But we follow evidence to the truths. We don't follow a lack of evidence and say, well, we don't know that it's not true, so therefore it is true. No, that's not how science works. We follow evidence to the truth.
I
as
guess I
truth
agree. I
is
understand how science
thermodynamics.
works, but again, like the claim that I was attempting to follow, I guess, in our conversation again was that I'm not going to be able to prove to you, and that nobody's going to be able to prove to you empirically that God exists.
Even
But
though
as
it's an
far as the
empirical claim.
thermodynamics, as far as I know, and that's why I'm not calling you stupid for saying that you don't believe in God, right? Because if you're going to hinge it on an empirical claim, then you're fine to do that. I am in support of your ability to do that. I'm just saying, in terms of the thermodynamic thing, thermodynamics don't say that the universe can't have begun.
Yeah, it does.
Which is what partially makes this a philosophical question.
Yeah, it does.
In terms of
Energy cannot be created. There's your answer. End of story, no questions asked. You're having cognitive dissonance right now.
it doesn't contradict the Big Bang, though.
Can energy be created?
Not according to the law of thermodynamics.
What evidence is there that energy can be created? None? So is it realistic to believe that it cannot and was not created, since zero fucking evidence supports the otherwise?
I mean, again,
I'm not saying this is an absolute truth, but you're like really struggling here. You're having hardcore cognitive dissonance. The evidence is energy cannot be created. Do I know that that's the absolute answer? No. But what I do know is there's no evidence for a God. We do have evidence for energy. No evidence for God, yes, evidence for energy. No evidence for God making the universe, yes, evidence for a hot, dense state expanding our universe. No evidence for God, no belief, yes, evidence for energy, yes, belief. That's how it works. This is called critical thinking.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily concede that point, which is a scientific, I mean, like a scientific, I guess you want to say, truth, contradicts the fact that God could or could not exist. But I don't know. I mean,
God
at
could
this point,
exist, but so could fucking Bigfoot. So could fucking unicorns. So could Superman. Harry Potter could be fucking real, dude. It's a possibility. God is as real as Hogwarts. They're both books. They're both words with zero evidence. Both of them. There's no such thing as a supernatural, dude.
all right.
I love you.
Well,
I do. I love you. You're so good. You're such a good listener, and I massively fucking respect you, brother. I'm not trying to be hard on you. I'm just I can tangibly feel the cognitive dissonance. I'm not trying to push you anymore. I'll let it go at that. There's nothing wrong with faith. It's good for you psychologically. There's nothing wrong with believing in God. Absolutely nothing. You're perfectly fine in your beliefs. You're gonna live an amazing fucking life, probably better than I will. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just happen to be someone that I don't give a fuck about my feelings. I only care about what's true.
fair enough. Well, you know what? I appreciate you having the conversation. I feel like we talked for quite a while, so I appreciate it. But yeah,
I love
good
you,
to
brother.
talk to you. Have a
You're
great rest
good
of your day.
man.
Yeah.
You're really
Take care.
intelligent. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. Oh, that kid was awesome. Later, Ann. You have yourself a good night, girl. That was something, wasn't it? So, guys, this is why I typically fly through the guests. I already know this stuff. That kid was willing to listen. That kid, think about this. That kid was listening. I listened. He listened. We went back and forth perfectly. But even someone willing to listen isn't able to fathom it and take it in. So what good is wasting my time on somebody whose argument is nuh-uh? That's why I fly through people so quickly. Someone that actually fucking listens, hell yeah. The amount of seeds that we just planted into that kid, the amount of critical thinking and logic that kid just fucking learned, that's going to stick with him for the rest of his fucking life. But some kid that hops up in here and goes, well, what do you mean by believe? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You're not even worth it. You don't want to. That kid was open-minded. Those Christians are not open-minded. The reason I'm an atheist is because I was willing to be open-minded. And again, that obviously goes for the other way around. A lot of Christians become Christian because they were open-minded, but you know what I'm saying. All right, what's YouTube saying? The title literally says there's no evidence for God, not there's no evidence of God. What? It says there's no evidence for God. Yeah, the title means there's no evidence for God. God exists, accept it. The mark of the beast is coming, get ready. Saying supernatural is kind of weird because we don't know if the supernatural is possible or even real, and if the supernatural does happen, it would be considered natural because it happened in nature. Facts. 100% agreed. The definition of supernatural, I believe, is along the lines of anything that doesn't correspond with the laws of nature and science. Thank you, Alyssa. That was a lot. That was 35 minutes of just absolute awesomeness. There's dudes that do this for years and they never brought a man so far. Thank you, Anda. Love you. I feel like not exhausted, but weird. I feel incomplete. Like we got him to the finish line, and I was trying so hard to nudge his foot over the line, and I just couldn't get it. It feels incomplete. 12,000 likes. Yeah, it's definitely mentally draining. And this one's being recorded on YouTube, and this will just go up live. So Preface. Not everything I say is going to be true. Do not take everything I fucking say as truth. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a philosopher. Not a scientist. I'm a dude in a basement with a phone and a Wi-Fi connection. I read books. That is all I know. I just read books. I just share what I read. Yeah, we still have the restriction. That's probably why I'm at 40. All right, I'm going to end it. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll start it back up again. So I'll see you guys in a minute. What's up, chat? We are back. Restriction, only on TikTok. The restriction was just for TikTok. All right, let's go live again. 18 and older. All right. Round 2. Well, this is like round 3. Let's do this thing. Feel like one day I'm gonna have to start setting TikTok chat to followers or subscribers only as well. Get a lot of, I don't know, you guys enjoy debating in the chat. I won't do that. How much of that last one did you catch, Kate? Oh, my fucking ankle. You saying goodbye. That's all you caught? Damn, that's a shame. You didn't watch the whole thing? Damn. Damn. You missed a lot. Oof. I discovered you from TikTok, but I never watch from there because TikTok eats the fuck out of my battery. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll start streaming on YouTube every single day as well. I'm sorry about that, man. If I would have known that people were giving a shit about YouTube, I would have been streaming on YouTube as well. I apologize. I know it sounds like it was good. It was good. It would have turned you into an atheist. Oh, man. I know you say no. One of these days, I'm going to get you in a call, Kate. One of these days. One of them. Oh, man. I think it's time for water. How's it going, Zimmer?
Doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right, brother. Are you over the age of 18?
I am.
Wonderful. Which god do you believe in, man?
I'm a deist.
Interesting.
I don't.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of people around me are believe in like the Abrahamic notion of a god, but I think that sort of there has to be my belief is there has to be something out there. Maybe I'm just not thinking critically enough, but I feel like I get to a point where it's like deriving an ought from a or a an ought from an is or whatever you call it, like that I just don't really understand the implications of atheists. I guess I call myself more of an atheist than like a theist, but in a way I believe there's something out there, if you understand what I'm saying.
Theist.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Why
Sort of
does it
unaffiliated.
have to be something out there?
Because I just think there has to be like when you think critically about like something coming from nothing, like it just doesn't make sense
say
that
that,
like
brother.
yeah. Well, I mean, what's the atheist notion of that?
The Big
Or the
Bang
atheist
Theory
belief?
just says there was a hot, dense state that expanded into our known observable universe. There's no such thing as nothing.
Well, I mean, like the hot dense state, like where, I mean, how do we like where do we derive that from though? Like, where do we like where does the scientific consensus say that like that comes from or like that originated?
Well, we can't see that far back, so the answer is technically I don't know, but we have quantum field that we know exists, and the assumption at this moment, thanks to plausible hypothesis based in evidence and quantum mechanics, physics, and math, is that it derived from the quantum field, which just has particles coming in and out of existence, quote unquote, over and over and over and over, and then after 1 trillion of them or so, one expanded because that's just how it worked. I'm not a physicist, but my thought is this: can energy be created?
No.
So why would you believe it ever was? Why can energy not have always existed? Why can the universe not have always existed?
That's a good thought. Yeah. I guess just sort of my issue is I just find the answer, I don't know, like unsatisfactory. I guess that might be a personal problem. Yeah, like it's
But
just
that's
I don't
the
know.
beauty,
It's
brother. You know how shitty
Yeah.
it would be to live in a life where we know 100% of everything? That'd fucking
yeah,
suck.
yeah. I guess that wouldn't be great. Yeah, be
Go
pretty
read a book and you
unsatisfactory.
already know it.
Yeah,
No
I
discoveries,
guess you're right.
no advancements, nothing.
No inventions. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
it's just
that'd be
everything
horrible.
already
You
existed.
already know which
Yeah.
iPhone's coming out in 30 years. Fuck that. That's horrible. I want to not
Yeah.
know shit.
No, that's fair. I guess that's an interesting
Think of it this way
take
as
on
well.
it.
They used to believe that God had to have made lightning, and then science caught up and found out what lightning was. They said, what made Earth? And then they said God must have made Earth, and then science caught up and said gravity made Earth. Then they said, well, where does the universe come from? And then science said the Big Bang Theory. And then theists again said, well, where did the Big Bang Theory come from? And then we showcase singularities and quantum fields. And then they're saying, well, where did that come? It's going to go on for fucking ever, dude. And we're always going to find a natural cause.
Mhm. That's like mad. Like, I guess you're right. Like, it just we can always sort of trust science to find out like the before, you know.
If there's a God, we're going to figure it out. but there's no reason to believe that it was a god.
Yeah, I find that's where like certain like scientific evidence for like religions, I just find that like I don't know when people are like, oh, there's like I don't not carbon dating, but like there's such a lack of evidence, especially for like Abrahamic religions, where it's like I just refuse to believe that like, oh, God did these things, and you just have to trust it. You can't think about it. You just have to trust it.
That's called indoctrination, dude. Do you
No,
know the
agreed, bro.
definition of
It's like
indoctrination?
telling somebody before they can think for themselves that like you just have to worship God is like I think that's messed up.
That's a fair
that's my
assumption.
personal
So,
opinion. Yeah.
Here's the thing. You can be indoctrinated that there is whiskey in a bottle. It's just spreading a belief uncritically. That's it.
Mhm.
So religion is indoctrination.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Shit. All right. Hey, this
I
was
love you,
this was a
brother.
good talk. Yeah, I love you too, bro. Hold on, let me shoot you a follow up. Hey, it was great talking to you, bro.
You as well, brother. I appreciate it. Adios.
Hey, Darwin bless, bro.
Amen, sister. Science is not the definition of indoctrination because you're not spreading beliefs uncritically. You are critically spreading evidence. Any religion. If your God made the universe, if your God made humans, any of them. I mean, I can't tell you you're wrong if you worship the sun as God. Same as you can't tell me I'm wrong if I worship my shoelace as God. Talk about indoctrination up front. Very interesting. All right. I think this one's going to be a little interesting. Let's get you in here, brother. This is going to be interesting. I can already tell. How's it going, brother?
Oh, it's fantastic. And yourself, my friend?
Doing all right, brother. So, are you over the age of 18?
I'm 32. I've been here too long.
Yeah, I feel that, brother. So, which God do you believe in?
Non-deity. I believe because I'm an omnist. Yes, I believe that it's not a classification of any kind of being that we see in any of the pantheons. Like, it's not like Thor, Odin, Yahweh, anything in that regard. I believe that when people refer to God, it is actually the fabric of reality that is a sentient consciousness that is responsive to interaction and observation.
So, what do you think consciousness is?
Consciousness, to me, consciousness is a sort of awareness. Hold on, sorry. Let me see if I can mute them real quick. Mute 15 minutes. All right. Anyway, when I think of consciousness, I believe that is anything that is capable of perceiving information.
Okay, so
and this is all collective to a degree.
So I guess what you're trying to say is the universe itself is made up of information, so therefore it's conscious.
In a sense, yes. Anything that is capable of taking in information, whether you think it may be sentient or not, like even such as a tree. They have ways that they can perceive everything around them, give off like threat warnings to fellow plants, plant life and everything like that. If it has a level of sensory input, it has a level of consciousness that feeds the world around you. That's why we get like, okay, have you ever had a moment with like a loved one, for example, where it's like, I got a bad feeling about them, or you feel like somebody is just maybe moved on, and then you get the confirmation after the feeling?
Right, but that's psychology.
I understand that that's psychology, but to me, for that level, even though it is a level of psychology, the psychology explains the science behind it. But to me, that does show signs of that interconnectedness that goes beyond what typically we assume as humans.
Well, here's where I agree with you, and here's where I disagree with you. If you want to consider consciousness as just spreading and taking and giving information, sure, you can consider the universe as conscious. I take the definition of conscious as past, present, and future potential of observation, which the universe does not have. It's just natural physics doing what natural physics do. But there's nothing wrong with believing it's conscious, in my opinion. It's not true. Like, it's the same thing as me calling my shoelace conscious. But where I do agree is, trees and whatnot are going to have their input and outputs. I'm not going to say that those are based on a quote unquote will. I also would be arguing from ignorance to enter that kind of an argument. When it comes to communication with other humans, there's also that argument of we all have energy or whatever, like some mystical energy that connects us all. That one I don't agree with. And as someone that's an atheist but also practices a witchcraft, I have tried so hard to prove a universal energy to myself, and it is not something that's there. We know that people, like when you have a quote unquote gut feeling that someone is off, it's because you're taking up the minute, tiny nonverbal cues from them. And your subconscious brain is a goddamn fucking master at pattern recognition. So you know someone, they're a loved one, and they do something ever so slightly fucking off, such as breathe for 0.5 microseconds too long, or maybe they lift their eyebrow ever so slightly different than they usually do. Your brain picks up on them just because it's a fucking massive ass computer. So I don't think that that's any sort of a universal consciousness. I just think it's absolute beauty in the human brain.
Now, I will concede on that. I am very well aware of like minor cues when it comes to that, because I am hypervigilant of other people, and I understand that that is typically a skill of people who dealt with more traumatic experiences, or even just a rough situation growing up, because I wouldn't consider mine trauma.
Right.
But I did need to be hyper aware of other people.
Yeah.
Now, this is anecdotal. I've had some people who confirm this for the people in their life, so I can only speak from my experience, though. But, for example, I have a friend down in Florida. I'm up here in Ohio. Whenever something is going on with her, without even being in contact, I just know, message her, and I just know what it is. And I don't understand how that's possible without some level of connection like that.
Two thoughts. And this is just my critical thinking on it. First thought is, can't rule out a coincidence. Second thought is, there's still a pattern there. This is like a good friend of yours, right?
Yeah, but we just don't go into contact. I usually just, I call it a ping, and then I'll be like, hey, I know you're hurting right now. Hey, I know that you're going through something right now. And this is without any sort of information that tells me, because she has no presence online.
Has this happened before? Like, how long have you guys been in contact?
I would say consistently for about the past 4 years, and it still freaks her out every time I do it.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to throw into there, the little wrench into the gears. 4 years of pattern recognition after so much time of X, Y, and Z waiting, she consistently has problems.
Oh, come on, don't do that.
That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like someone that likes drama, and you just notice, hey, it's been 6 months. Typically 6 to 7 months is when this is going on, and you coincidentally...
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's drama. I would like to make that clarification.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that. Obviously, I have no fucking idea.
I just wanted to make that clarity, because it's not drama. Like I won't partake in drama. She does have that stuff pop up, but that's none of my business. It's actual things that she's dealing with. Like, for example, the last time I kind of chimed. I don't know how to explain it. Like I picked up on maybe she needs to go to the doctor and get something checked out, and she found a I don't want to give her information out there, but something that was benign. Thankfully.
Gotcha. Well, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. Again, though,
but
brother,
I don't understand how this is
coincidence and timing of 4 years of knowing somebody. Maybe she brought it up like 2 years ago that she noticed something slightly off. Your subconscious stored it, and then 2 years later, you're like, oh shit, she brought that up 2 years ago, and you coincidentally think about it at that 2-year mark, and she just so happens to be going to the doctor. Like, I can't rule in that the cause of that is a universal intelligence. The only thing I can rule in is that it could possibly be a natural explanation. I'm not saying it is a natural explanation, and I'm not saying it's not a universal intelligence, but to me it's seeming like a coincidence and pattern recognition of someone that you love.
It's been a pattern for my whole life. So to me, there is some level of interconnectedness. And here's one that I actually recommend for you, because I do have to go. I see my work crew is coming out. Okay, you're good. But there was a a experiment that they did in Australia and Great Britain, I believe it was, where they showed the faces of like it was like a big amalgamation of like 100 or some faces, and when they showed it on a closed broadcast in Australia, like 7 to 10 people, 100 people, 7 to 10 faces. Then they showed it in Britain. I don't remember all the details because I read this long ago, but if you could find that and look into it, I will follow you, and then I will catch up with you on another time. If it's pseudo, I would like the confirmation on that. If it is something and you're curious about it too, I would love to discuss it further.
Yeah, restate. 100 faces shown in Germany.
Was it Germany?
I'm trying to figure out what to type in so I can try and find it.
I will see if I can find it. Are you going to be on in about 2 hours? Because that's when I'll be done.
Maybe.
If not, I'll see if I can find it and send it to you because I did just
send me a
follow it.
DM for that. That is an interesting one I'd like to look into.
Because like I do try to root everything in science, and to me this is something that still had even me baffled, even though it's a lived experience of mine. Yeah. There's still even the skeptic mind in me that's like, maybe you're just really good at guessing. Play the lottery, dude.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you hopping in here today and sharing that with me and pushing my mind.
Not a problem, my friend. I will find that study and then I will send it to you because if I recall it correctly, it is fascinating and it definitely leaves you with questions.
Gotcha. All right, I appreciate you, brother. You have a good one.
You do the very same. Be safe out there.
All right, guys. I really need to move my legs, so I'm gonna end the stream. Go move around a little bit, relax, eat some lunch. And then if you guys want me to go live again, I will. I've got no plans today. But that's how I'm gonna do it. Is the transcendental argument for God not evidence for God? It is not, and I can explain why those two arguments are not. Hit the subscribe button and come find me when I go live again. Thank you, Gleep, for showing up. Appreciate you guys. And all of you guys in TikTok, love you guys. So I'll go further in depth on that a little bit later, and I can make another video on the 12 classical logical arguments for God and why they're not sound. So appreciate you guys hopping in here though.